managed to get that done. So you just go to there. You can confirm. Go there. Blue. 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 Hi, Sarah. Welcome. You're at work. Feel free to drop by, but do your job. I appreciate you working. I'm just promoting myself. First to you, then to Raptor, Kev, then my own channel. Where are we? Kev next. Shameless promotions here. Rejoice! We have a Scribby. Hi, Scribby. Great to see you, comrades. This first one where you can see the lovely Donald is from Zoe B. It's 2.5 hours long. I might make that a stream all on its own, and I'll go and see Zoe as well that I've bombed for content. She's been fine in the past, I think. Last one I showed was fucking last year. But Zoe is good. Plus, she's an English professor and does poetry. She is amazing. Argent professor. She probably gets treated like crap and gets paid shit, like most people. My own channel now. Yeah, just wasn't general. Where's last time it's like? There, there we go. From all down to the four main places. Let's see. I am now live. Stream manager. Sorry I haven't been streaming as much. I've not been feeling too good. Plus, I will show you something. Where is it? Ha! This, my delightful people, is a compression sock. It goes over the leg, the right leg to be specific, where the clot started. So I've just been letting it air. I have to wash it at least once a week, either hand wash or in a hand wash cycle in the machine, and let it air dry. Hang on, your chat's not coming up in my feed on my phone. Give me my Swibby. Oi! Give me my Swibby. Final refresh. What's the news one? Not one with the dashboard side. Oh god. Okay. Something things a bit so. May I assume that everyone has got note of the news coming out of Boulder, Colorado? Fuck. Can people please stop doing this shit? It's not helping anyone. That is weird. Okay, they'll turn up at some point. Oh, self-care. Self-care, my man. Self-care. I hope they were good. I hope you enjoyed yourself and managed to have lots of good discussions. I do like that, but 8 hours. Fucking hell. Don't get me wrong, I have done long streams before, but I usually feel absolutely fucked after them. Oh, the joys of having an autoimmune disease and hardly any fucking energy. You can go back up there and still here. Okay, let's see. We will get to you, Zoe, don't you worry. Oh, this one from Simon. This might be good.
Every week, I take out my family's recycling. We've got glass and paper in one container, metals and plastic in another, cardboard on its own. I even collect the soft plastics that get recycled at the supermarket. But is there a point to doing any of this? I mean, for one thing, we live in a world where the richest man on the planet took 355 flights last year, emitting 4,000 tons of CO2. Sort of puts washing out your yogurt pots in perspective. But also, how much of this stuff, especially the plastics, actually gets recycled? And how much of a difference does this make to the environment and specifically to climate change? To answer that question, I chatted to experts and dived into the statistics on recycling, including here in the UK specifically, and found that this is a bigger deal than you think. To show you what I mean, I built this digital recycling centre to show you what happens to our waste when it is thrown away and what exactly recycling does. According to UK government statistics, household waste is 22% paper and cardboard, 18% food waste, 14% plastics, 13% garden waste, 8% textiles, 5% glass, 3% metals, with the remaining 17% being various other materials. Here in the UK, this household waste is collected and brought to a material recovery facility, or MRF, where it's divided by material.
There's different ways to do that first level segregation. Some people would be really advanced and be using robots. There's usually a lot of conveyor belts involved. Sometimes we're even picking things out, especially when those are really problematic or valuable. And then those would then go to secondary facilities where you're really trying to recover value from that materials.
This is Professor Mike Shaver, Professor of Polymer Science and Head of the Sustainable Materials Innovation Hub at the University of Manchester. We'll be hearing a lot more from Mike in a little bit. For now, let's sort the flow of household waste coming into our digital centre by material and see how much of it gets recycled. Note, by the way, that we're not going to look at food waste or garden waste because organic waste like that is kind of its own thing.
If you can, Scribby, post that in the philosophy channel on my Discord, and we can get round to it. I'll put it on my Amazon wish list as well. Yeah, I'm going to give that bastard money, but it's easier for me. Having to send Super Happy down to Waterstones is a bit of a pain for him. I'm sure if I ask him, he'll do it for me. I'll write that book down and give him the note for it, see if he can pick it up.
That probably deserves its own video. Our first level sorting picks out glass. Glass is widely recycled. Here in the UK, about 71% of container glass gets recycled, while in Belgium, it's 98%. And it's divided into different colours before being crushed and melted down to make new products. This has two key effects. Firstly, by recycling existing glass, we limit the need to extract new raw materials to make new glass. So that means sand, soda ash, limestone, all that kind of thing, all finite resources. But secondly, we use less energy than in the production of new glass. This has two key effects. Firstly, by recycling existing glass, we limit the need to extract new raw materials to make new glass. So that means sand, soda ash, limestone, all that kind of thing, all.
The sand is the actual glass, it's the silicate within the sand that you get the glass. The other things that they use, like the soda ash and limestone and things like that, they are purifiers, they clear it or give it a hue, whatever they want to. You can mix with the different things they can add to make it into brown, clear, green, or any other colour glass. Your glass base that you get, that's a different process. Most of that doesn't get recycled because people buy it to keep it. They stay in families for fucking decades. My mum got my granny's glass vase that she got for her wedding, which was back in 1943. My mum still got it, still uses it. It's a beautiful vase. It's when did she get married? 40, was it 40 she got married? 19. It was either 1940 or 41. In fact, no, it was 42 because she had my Uncle Johnny in 43. So yeah, it was 1942 she got married when she was 21, but they'd met when she was 18. But I'm glad that vase is still in the family. She keeps asking me, my two sisters, what one of us would want it. I would say, give it to me, give it to me. But I'm clumsy. I wouldn't trust myself with it, essentially. It's too beautiful. So either to one mother, two younger sisters. Would my younger sister take it? She's still got boys and a dog. She might want it. I think it's absolutely beautiful, but I don't trust myself with it. I'll end up breaking it, which is just a crying shame.
Finite resources. Secondly, we use less energy than in the production of new glass. Supply chains are shorter, less heavy stuff needs to be moved around. According to research in Scandinavia, producing 1 kilo of recycled glass emits 41% less carbon dioxide than producing a kilo of new glass, with additional savings in water consumption and air pollution. Great! After the glass is filtered out, our plant now isolates metals. These are sorted further using magnets into ferrous and non-ferrous metals. Metals in general are extremely energy intense to produce. You've got to get the ore out of the ground, extract what you want from the ore, melt it down, and then cast or forge or whatever to get your final metal product. All of those steps take a lot of energy. It just makes sense to reuse existing metals like copper and aluminium and steel and have to cast or forge those things, but not have to do all those other energy intense steps. So metals are really widely recycled. In construction, it's estimated that 98% of steel gets recycled, while in household waste in the UK, 41% of all metals get recycled. And that has a big environmental impact. That Scandinavian research I mentioned previously estimated that producing 1 kilo of aluminium produced 11 kilos of carbon dioxide, while recycling 1 kilo of aluminium produced just 0.4 kilos of CO2. That's a 96% reduction. For steel, you see an 87% reduction. Elsewhere, I saw a 99% reduction in energy consumption for recycled tin. It's for this reason that an astonishing 3/4 of all aluminium that's ever been produced is still being used. 70% of all steel that's ever been produced is still being used. When you save this much energy, recycling just makes economic sense. So far then, that's 2 materials that have huge energy savings when you recycle them, so recycling is really important. Things get more complicated with our next filter: paper and cardboard. These are widely recycled and have been for some time. In Europe, about 80% of paper products are recycled. And like glass and metals, recycled paper requires less energy to produce than fresh paper. Though, because the process of recycling paper is surprisingly energy intense, the savings aren't quite as dramatic. Sources online vary between 40 and 70% reductions, depending on where you're doing it. And with regards to carbon emissions reductions, it's not very clear cut. It actually depends on how you're powering your recycled paper mills. If you're using fossil fueled electricity, then recycled paper can actually have a higher carbon footprint than fresh paper. And there are limits to how many times paper can be recycled. While glass and metals can, in theory, be recycled an infinite number of times because their properties that we find useful are basically elemental, paper is made of lots of little fibers, typically plant fibers like cellulose, that bond to each other, and they provide paper with lots of strength even when it's really thin. Sorry, that's probably awful audio. And when you recycle paper, you mulch it down and break apart those fibers, shortening them. And after 5 to 7 recycles, the fibers become too short to provide the necessary structural integrity and the material kind of becomes worthless. Though you can extend the lifespan by adding in fresh or virgin fibers, which is why you often see paper with 95% recycled content. But it still provides a hard limit on the effectiveness of paper recycling. So that's 2.5 sustainable materials so far. As I mentioned earlier, there are still other materials in our waste, notably electronic waste, that we're not discussing in this video. That's not to say these materials aren't important, in particular e-waste really deserves its own video, but to prevent this video from being several hours long, I had to draw the line of materials somewhere. And the last material on this side of the line is plastic. If you know anything about recycling, you probably know that plastic recycling doesn't really work. Like, you may have watched Climate Town's video on this about how the plastic industry pushed for plastic recycling despite knowing that it wasn't.
The plastics industry, as you're about to find out, done this cynically. Because they know exactly a lot of this, a lot of the plastic materials, not just like bottles and stuff like that, for Christ's sake. Even the strips for my medicines have got plastic in them and metal. These do get recycled. They get broken down. No, I did not, Scribby. Thank you. You've changed the colour of your name. I like the sky blue. That looks awesome. No, I did not see that. I try to keep an eye on RFK for obvious reasons. The man is an absolute loon. So we might go look for that. Will it be reported? Will it be in my Google Newsfeed, do you think? If it's not on my main feed, because I've got health, disability, things like that, they're the top, and anything political, well, health, disability, issues like that, then Gaza, then standard news, what's happening, then politics, UK and US, and Canada a bit, and other places where things are not great. I will look for that and we can go over it. Thank you for enlightening me. Much appreciated.
Really up to the task, and it was kind of just they were covering their asses.
If the public thinks the recycling is working, then they're not going to be as concerned about the environment.
I'm cynical for a reason. There's one of them. I knew this when I was in fucking secondary school 30 years ago. They knew they were being disingenuous when they said this, didn't they? Saying, yes, we can recycle, it's all good. Just put it in your recycling bin. Well, you can divide now. Obviously, you've got multi-bins you can use. We don't have the space. I'd rather them go after companies first, then come down to people. Was that on Pierce's own channel? That might be quite fun to watch. Don't get me wrong, Piers Morgan infuriates me to the nth level. But if people get their arses handed to them, I can bring it. And we can go over what they say. Depending on what the topic is, I can say generalities or I can get into better topics, especially when health and disability issues are concerned. But if someone gets their arse handed to them, I can bring it. Plus, being able to hear what bollocks Pierce is saying, always a good thing to say, look, Pierce is an idiot. And I think most people know that now. Plus, he's only a YouTuber. Welcome to my world, Pierce. Operating on Twitch and YouTube is fantastic. Still got too much money, the bastard. Is he divorced yet? I feel ashamed for his kids. I mean, that as a dad. few seconds.
Just they were covering their asses.
If the public thinks the recycling is working, then they're not going to be as concerned about the environment.
Well, that's not good.
And the gross statistics certainly bear this out. A 2017 paper estimated that 8.3 billion tonnes of plastic had been produced up to 2015, with 6.3 billion tonnes of this no longer being used. 79% of that 6.3 billion tonnes of plastic waste was accumulating in landfills or in the natural environment. We've previously made a whole video about the environmental and health problems of this plastic pollution. 12% of all plastics ever made have been incinerated, and just 9% have ever been recycled. Less than 1% of all plastics ever made have been recycled more than once. OECD data from 2019 indicates that globally, just 10% of all plastics are recycled, though that number varies depending on where you are. It's, for example, 12% in Europe and just 4% in the United States. And what may be most damning is this report from Plastics Europe, which indicates that in 2022, 32.3 million tonnes of plastic waste was produced in Europe. Of that, only 11.6 million tonnes was collected for recycling, and of that, only 8 million tonnes was actually recycled. And this is the best these figures have ever looked. So the last part of our digital recycling centre is really leaky. Loads of stuff arrives for recycling that just doesn't get recycled or has its material reclaimed. Most often, it's incinerated in what's termed energy reclamation, producing significant carbon emissions and air pollution.
They get pelletized and just chucked in their furnace. To produce electricity usually, I think. If I've got that right. So yeah, because of the structure of plastics, including things in this, even the case, this laptop, the laptop cooler, all the accoutrements for doing the stream, or just even making video essays for YouTube. The amount of plastic that we're using that can't be recycled, holy fuck. There are solutions in this video now. Simon might be a centre left kind of person. He's a great scientist. He's an atmospheric physicist. Atmospheric scientist, essentially. He issues, all that kind of stuff that happens up there. But he is a good scientist. I'll give him that. That's why I keep on yelling, "Oh, to STEM at uni." I might need to lay off of that. Don't get me wrong, I want people to go into arts, history, English, art like that, all the other ones. But having engineers, scientists, doctors, nurses, blah blah blah. We need those people to build up the country for them to make it more renewable, really. I will not stop screaming into the void, do fucking tidal energy! Even though it's not my area of expertise. Who's that? You might need to educate me about this, really.
And even then, many online resources point to the fact that many plastics that are recycled are actually downcycled, meaning that, for example, a PET Coke bottle won't be recycled into another Coke bottle, but instead put into plastic fibres for clothing that then won't be recycled and instead thrown away. And this isn't even getting into the whole debacle of resin identification codes on plastics being intentionally similar to the recycling symbol, making it look like things can be recycled that in fact can't. And to be honest, this is what I expected coming into this video. Like, it's what activists have been saying for a long time. Metal and glass recycling, good. Plastic recycling, bad. In fact, plastic's bad. Like, we shouldn't be using plastics, we should be using recyclable, sustainable materials like metals. In fact, I spent months accumulating recycling in my studio to make this point about sustainable and unsustainable materials. But
There's no such thing as a sustainable material. There is only a sustainable system in which that material exists.
And this was the moment in my interview with Mike where my entire perception of this topic changed. In the rest of this video, we're going to come back to plastic recycling in much more detail and explain how it's actually better than you think, and how we can make recycling in general the most worthwhile. But first, let's just talk about this paradigm shift that just happened. We are currently using the resources of our planet at an unsustainable rate, creating myriad environmental and health problems that we are all becoming painfully aware of. But the problem is not as simple as using the wrong materials to make and maintain the modern world, though that is part of it. The problem is that we have built a system of using those materials that is clearly unsustainable. And maybe that's especially true about plastics, but not uniquely. At one end of the life cycle, paper only forms a sustainable system if the trees cut down to make new wood pulp to make new paper are replaced with new trees. At the other end of the life cycle, glass recycling is not a sustainable system if glass is recycled into materials that are not themselves recycled. For example, fiberglass. Fiberglass can be recycled, but it's an expensive process, and so it just often doesn't happen. Also, while we've highlighted that some plastics collected for recycling are incinerated due to contamination.
That might be a good idea for a discussion. Sustainable things instead of fiberglass for insulation for houses, for homes, for buildings, for any building really. I'll look that up. I'll do that on my next stream. I'll go over it tomorrow and see what ones I can find. I might have one. I'll check out Clementine again. I keep on forgetting about him. His videos are really good. And he's snarky, like me. I love snarky. I approve. Please be snarky. I appreciate it. And obviously be snarky towards politicians because it's just fun. Mind you, it's not fulfilling. But fun. Fun is always good. Especially in this fucking health evil timing.
Loss in the system. This is also the case for all other materials. For example, any piece of paper or card saturated with grease cannot be recycled. It gets incinerated. But many losses in materials occur further upstream. People frequently don't recycle glass or aluminium because of how a product is designed or how or where it is used. And that can be a bigger problem than losses in the plastic stream. I already mentioned that metals like aluminium are extremely energy intense to produce, and that has a carbon cost associated with it. It's estimated that producing 1 kilogram of fresh aluminium emits 11 kilograms of carbon dioxide to the atmosphere. Compare that to the 2.1 kilos of carbon emitted to the atmosphere when creating 1 kilo of fresh plastic. So losses of aluminium, which absolutely do.
Oh my god. My stream manager on my phone has updated and it looks weird. Ah, what the fuck? It's not that. That is freaky. Look at it. It's completely different. It looks weird. I suppose I'll get used to it. Plus the video's on my stream manager now, not just on my screen. Ah, novel. quicker. Oh.
Occur and need to be replaced have a much higher carbon cost than losses of plastic. It's for this reason that displacing plastic Coke bottles with aluminium cans or glass bottles isn't so straightforward.
If we think about getting the raw material, right, so both of those have a higher footprint in terms of initial production versus plastic product, which are so completely atom economical, or the majority of them are atom economical to make and lower energy in terms of this production. If we think about having to heat, an aluminum can up to be able to melt that can, it's a much higher temperature profile than it would be for our plastic material.
With an additional problem for this use case specifically being that aluminium drinks cans are actually lined with a thin film of plastic. It's there to stop the contents from eating away at the aluminium. When the cans are recycled, you just burn that plastic. You don't get to recover it. In fact, what's become apparent in researching this video is that there is something of a gulf that's emerged between activists and academics.
Ah, okay. Cool. Thank you, Shrimpy.
On this issue, the former being more interested in materials and the latter more interested in systems and processes. I think there's a lot of reasons for this. I think a message about materials is easier to convey than a message about systems. I think there's a particular focus on plastics and especially plastic packaging because we as consumers interact with that all the time, and it's really obvious in our litter and our mismanaged waste. So there's a recency bias going on.
We have this laser focus on packaging as a plastics material, and then people get into their cars and they're sitting on a plastic fabric seat and a polyurethane plastic soft thing underneath it, and probably a polypropylene back, and their dashboard is certainly polypropylene. So we exist in this huge plastic universe, but we're only thinking really about the plastics in packaging as the bit to demonize.
But none of this is to say that reducing the environmental harm of plastics is not the largest challenge of our materials system. It's a huge problem, and one that's probably more complicated than you think. But in order to meaningfully address that problem, I think we first need to zoom out and take a 10,000-foot view of the system that plastic lives in. Our world operates on a system that can be described as take, make, waste. In other words, you extract materials from the planet, use those materials to make something, use that thing, and then dispose of it. Obviously, on a planet with finite resources, this ain't gonna last forever. You will run out of raw materials.
It's not that we're going to ruin the planet. We're going to ruin the planet before we extract every last fucking gram of thing to make that thing. So we have to become more sustainable. Really, only one planet. And Elon, if you want to go to Mars, go to Mars. Just put yourself in a rocket. Has everyone seen his black eye? Apparently his 5-year-old son. Well done, X, or Z, or whatever you're called. Seriously, the names he gave his children. Vivian? Is it Vivian? I know her name begins with a V. Well done, Vivian, I think, for escaping. If I've got her name wrong, I do apologise. But good for her. And the bastard keeps misgendering her because he's a wank. I hope all his children escape him. I really do. Obviously, a 5-year-old trying to escape from whatever household situation he's in will be difficult. He's only 5.
So a more sustainable approach looks something like this. You're still extracting some materials from the planet, you're still producing some waste, but importantly, most of your waste goes back into the make step. You are not just throwing stuff away, you're reusing it, you're recycling. But can a person just buy and consume whatever they want and live sustainably by just trying to recycle as best they can.
No.
This ain't enough on its own. What you need is...
The circular economy is the concept that people throw around, and that's this idea that we also need to move beyond recycling. I think the messaging of recycling has been pretty poor, that people have thought, well, this is perfect. All of this stuff gets reused and none of it goes to landfill and none of it ends up being waste somewhere else. And I think the recycling industry, in a way, has done well at telling that story, but ultimately it's not quite true.
So as well as repurposing our waste, we need to change how we design and make products, such that we remove our dependence on extracting new raw materials. And this isn't something that most of us will do as individuals. It's something that we must force companies to do through government policy and through activism. What does that look like? Well, for one thing, making sure that companies make products that will last and are not designed to be disposable. And that's partly ensuring construction quality, but it's also changing how a product is intended to be used. And Laura, who you've just heard from, provides an excellent example of how this can be done, because she is responsible for the UK's ban on disposable vapes, coming into law next week.
It's about 8 million disposable vapes that are used every week in the UK. So the scale of this problem is massive. If people want to vape, they can get a reusable, rechargeable device, but we definitely should not have
Reusable. Oh. Rechargeable, refillable, reusable. These ones that we buy are 20, they used to be 18, they're now 22 pounds, so they usually fall around the £20 mark. The liquids are going up to 2.26. So here's an empty bottle, 10 mils, and they usually last, for a heavy user like me, 3 to 4 days before I need to refill it. Or if you don't use it that much, about a week. Or if you hardly use it, maybe a fortnight. But this is the longest one of these has ever lasted for me is when I paid £18 for it, and it lasted 2.5 years. It was a beautiful aqua colour, but now I've moved on to my lovely purple one. I did use a black one, but the chamber, this bit up here, where you fill with the glass in it, and the burner essentially, it got cracked because I'm clumsy as fuck and I keep on dropping shit. They usually last at least 18 months, which is good. So an investment of 20-ish pounds, 20 quid, and I can get my nicotine. I did smoke for the best part of 18 years.
single-use, disposable electronic devices. They're also cheap and filled with chemicals that young people are getting a hold of. There was this kind of public health.
Plastics they were using for the disposable ones. Some of them, the more expensive ones, they usually hover between like £1.50 up to about £5 for some of the disposable ones. The lower priced ones usually have about 6,000 uses, so 6,000 puffs on it. This one's probably sitting at over 15, probably over 20,000 before I need to change the burner element in it. And you get a box of 5 for £10. These are more sustainable and they're electronic and plastic. Not plastic, metal. Yeah, metal. Probably aluminium when we think of it. This top part, the actual piece that you use, is plastic. But the rest of it is fully recyclable. The actual element in it, the burner bit, is difficult because of the the liquids you have to use. They're coated, they're kind of like a polymer, let's put it that way, that's the easiest way. Glycol and the nicotine or whatever flavour you like. But most of this can get recycled.
Environmental collaboration.
And we know that this kind of policy intervention works in reducing the amount of waste we produced. To give you an example, in 2014, the UK alone got through 7.6 billion, with a B, single-use plastic bags. In a single year. Then, in 2015, a 5 pence per bag charge was made mandatory by law, later increased to 10 pence. If you're not from the UK, 10 pence is a little over 1% of a pint of beer in London. The result.
When I watched this video earlier on, I worked that out. That means pints in London, on average, not highest, average or median, is a tenner a pint. London, fuck off. No wonder when my older sister, she used to work for Megabus, she set up all the ticket offices and hired all the staff that worked for Megabus down in, what's it, Victoria Station, isn't it? The bus for London. So she set up all the offices. What, 5 of them? 5 of them. She had all the staff of those offices when she worked for Megabus. Putting company stagecoach, by the way. So she said then, and for her first 2 that she done, she stayed there for 4 days. She went down with £500. She ended up having to use her fucking credit card just to go out for lunch. She keeps on saying to me, Katie, do not go down, you'll be stunned at the price of a pint. And don't say to your super hubby, he'll probably have a heart attack. Sorry, also my London comrades. I'll just say this what he calls it. He calls it Sodom on the Thames. Sorry. Don't get me wrong, it's still on my bucket list. I'm not sure if I'll get down there. I will try. I might not take Super Happy though. I'll need to take someone with me to help me for me shit like that. Make sure to take down a grand.
Part of this was that in 2022, the UK got through 133 million single-use plastic bags. Don't get me wrong, that's still a lot, but that's a 98% drop. And other territories like California and New Jersey have seen similar reductions in plastic bags after similar charges were made mandatory. Policies affecting how products are designed can be high.
We barely use, we call them poly bags or carrier bags. We barely use them. When Super Hubby goes out and does the main shop for the household, he takes a rucksack. And he's an absolute wizard at packing shit. Anything. He can pack anything. He was good at his job at Amazon when he worked there over Christmas period. He detested it to his very core, and I don't blame him, but he is really quite good at packing. Assembling boxes, shit like that, blah, blah, blah. He wasn't posted for 9, 20 years. He's good at it. He is gifted in many ways. Let's put it that way.
Highly effective at reducing waste when they are intelligently designed. But more importantly than just changing designs is just using less stuff.
The best thing to do is to buy a jumper and
This thing, this lovely piece of technology I am using, refurbished. The lovely person I bought it off of on eBay got 150. Well, he got 220, but 150 from one company office getting shut down, and he got 150 of these ones. He didn't. He charged me just the bare minimum above what it cost him to basically refurbish it, finish and put in Windows 11, blah. I only had to pay 189, well, 190 for it. And it is really quite good. It is doing me well. At some point, I'll need to start saving up for an actual proper setup. So on an actual computer, proper screen, shit like that. I like my wee DVD player. I think I might keep this. I might keep that one. I will probably end up selling this or maybe giving it to my niece. They could probably do with it, actually. She's just as tech savvy as me, so. Plus a friend of hers used to work for unnamed company, still works for another big tech business, let's put it that way. This person will help my lovely niece. They have promised to help me when I want to change over to a proper setup. I can't do a proper setup in this flat that we've been decant to while they fix my actual flat down the road. Watch this space. My setup will get good as something of it. Plus, I've got a Blue Yeti marked from the same person I got this laptop from once I get my setup changed over. He'll try his best to keep me a lovely Blue Yeti speaker. I quite like this one as well. But having a proper mic, yes, please.
To have that be a really good quality jumper, and for you to take really good care of that jumper and keep that jumper and keep wearing that jumper forever. By doing that, we can keep things in their high.
I bought one that you can, a jumper, fast fashion. I got it from H&M. I do apologise. I feel guilty now. Quite a lot of my wardrobe is from H&M. I do have the best skirt ever. It is linen and it has pockets, deep pockets. It's like a beige colour. And it is really light, but it is good in summer and winter. And when it gets wet, it doesn't really bother me, which is good because Scotland.
Highest value condition longer and prevent the consumption of materials.
Or, in other words, in the spirit of this video, I'm going to recycle a joke from that Climate Town video I mentioned earlier.
We gotta stop treating recycle like it's the Beyonce in the Destiny's Child of reduce, reuse, recycle. Beyonce is reduce, reuse, and recycle is the other two.
Thanks, Rolly. In summary, recycling is a necessary but not sufficient condition to circularizing the economy. In its current form, recycling has a bunch of problems in terms of specific materials and more generally. But without it, all the other interventions we make further upstream in terms of how we design products and what we make them out of, they aren't going to be as effective. In fact, without recycling, those upstream policy changes could actually produce more environmental harms. Recycling is necessary. To return to our digital recycling centre, what is already being done is worthwhile. It's necessary to have a more sustainable economy. But it's not perfect. We need to improve the rates at which individual materials are recycled and reclaimed once they arrive in the centre. But at the same time, the biggest policy interventions, the ones that will make recycling the most impactful, occur upstream, in determining what kind of waste arrives in the centre. By the way, sorry to interrupt, if you're interested in how we made this video, especially the 3D animation stuff, but also the writing and research, my editor and I have made a bonus video looking behind the scenes that's available right now to patrons. Patreon is the reason I can make these videos as my full-time job. If you like the stuff that I make and you'd like me to make more of it, then patreon.com/SimonOxFizz is the best way to support me. In exchange for a couple of pounds a month, you get early access to videos, exclusive content every month, including a behind-the-scenes vlog, and at higher tiers can vote on topics for me to cover. Thank you so much to everyone who already supports me, with a special shout out to Rory Andrews, JP, and Unai Ansede. Now, with this 10,000-foot perspective and that...
I will be back on that. Give me a minute.
emphasis on systems, let's zoom back into the most controversial part of recycling: plastics. As we've already heard, the way society creates and uses plastic is producing enormous harms to the environment and to our health. But as we've also already heard, just replacing all plastics with alternative materials isn't the solution. I want to be clear, there are plenty of applications where we could and maybe should be using alternative materials to plastics. For example, disposable items like cutlery or straws. But
the environmental implications of most of our alternatives are actually higher than the plastics themselves. We have to really stop extracting, and to stop extracting those raw materials, we have to get much better at doing the recycling step. And the problem is not that the plastic is bad, the problem is that the plastic is not valued. And so we're not treating it with care.
But the problem is that stubbornly low figure of just 10% of plastic being recycled, and when stuff does arrive at the centre, often being rejected. Like, plastic recycling just doesn't work, right? Well, no, actually. You have to remember that plastic refers to a hugely diverse range of materials and use cases, like soft plastics all the way to rigid plastics like PET and HDPE and PVC. And recycling rates vary dramatically depending on which type of plastic you're talking about. So while in the UK 37% of all plastics get recycled, 75% of PET bottles get recycled, 78% for HDPE bottles.
What's really easy to recycle is what, in a technical sense, are called pristine monomaterials, plastic milk bottles. So here in the United Kingdom, those are made out of HDPE, and they're really only HDPE, and they're really consistent. And so I can take those milk bottles, clean those milk bottles, get those all back into milk bottles in a really consistent way. And we have a very high recycling rate on milk bottles. Same thing with PET drinks bottles. And so the bits that we're losing are because we don't have idealized recovery systems, not because there's a technical gap.
In other words, recycling certain types of plastic works. It is being done in the UK and it is effective. Like, it's worth you putting your rigid plastics in your recycling bin. That's not to say that the system is perfect. You've almost certainly heard stories of plastic recycling being shipped abroad from the UK or just, being burned.
All of our mechanical recycling infrastructure is at or over capacity. We don't have enough infrastructure to deal with the stuff that we would want to deal with.
So how do you fix plastic recycling? How do you get, here in the UK, from 37% to 90 or 100% recycling rates for different types of plastic? Well, let's work our way through the supply chain. First of all, down here, we need to recycle better. That means investing more in mechanical and chemical recycling infrastructure, but also standardizing what recycling is collected by local authorities and how it is collected, something that is actually being rolled out in the UK at the moment. Doing this should prevent what Mike refers to as cannibalistic economies, where, for example, a company might buy PET bottles from a recycling plant to make recycled plastic jumpers, which then cannot be recycled as easily as if, for example, another company had taken those PET bottles and recycled them into more PET bottles. So you need to maintain enough feedstock for the entire industry. But this is still expecting consumers to do the hard work, something that has been the big criticism of plastic producers when it comes to recycling. Rightly. The more effective
That is a representation of Yggdrasil on a mug made out of bone, with wood at the bottom, with my choice of words, Valkyrie forever, because she's awesome. The character from the Marvel movies, by the way. This will last forever. Well, at least as long as I'm still here. I love this so much. This was only £15. I have bought 4 more. I've given as presents to different people, and they love it. I asked them, would you like this? Would you like me to choose? And what message to put on the bottom? They have let me have it. It's Norse ones you can get on them. They're going to be expanding into the Latin ones, like the Roman gods, and to the Olympians as well. But I like my little Norse one here. This is amazing. I was one of their first customers. I think it was 32nd customer or something. So I bought 5 from her. I love this thing so much. For ease, I'll just say my brother-in-law, my younger sister's partner, he's got one. He just wanted one with El Halo on the bottom, and he went with Thor's hammer.
Interventions take place further upstream, starting with changing what kinds of plastics are being made. We've already talked about reducing the amount of plastic being produced, and I really cannot stress enough how vital that is by, for example, designing products to be reusable. But something we haven't mentioned yet is what those plastics are made of. The UK has the plastic packaging tax, which requires manufacturers and importers to deal in plastic packaging that is at least 30% recycled plastics, or face a fine. And that's great, you're incentivizing the use of recycled plastics. But as we've already learned, gross plastic statistics obscure the differences between different types of plastic.
I would say it's too easy to go for 30% recycled content in a PET bottle. We can easily get to 70% if we had that feedstock. And actually, that would provide an economic incentive to take things away from cannibalistic economies if we were to go and do that. And if we were to think about, let's say, food grade polypropylene, right? So this would be the plastic that's in your yogurt pot. We actually don't have any food grade recycled polypropylene. It's literally impossible to put 30% recycled content in it because the stuff doesn't exist at scale. And it's regressive to target 30% for PET bottles because we already have the technology to go way over that.
So we need more specific legislation for recycled material percentages in different types of plastic. But not just that. For the second time in his interview, Mike slightly blew my mind.
Plastics are not polymers. A plastic would have as its main component a polymer, but it's actually like a formulated product. In the same way as your shampoo contains all...
I treat plastics as like a matrix that's got lots of different components to it, especially with everything that we use. There are polymers, don't get me wrong, but lots of other things get used to make the plastic thing, whatever thing is. But it's not just polymers, there's other things that go into it. Kind of okay chemistry, I guess. Better organics, which technically plastics and polymers come under. But better at biology, better at human and possibly some other mammals where we create kind of. But yes, not just polymers. What am I getting taught in schools? I got taught this when I was doing my hires. Has the education changed that much since I've left? No in the space of 30 years. That's a bit mad. Ah, I might need to add an addendum there. I didn't do PE. I got saved that because of my arthritis when I got diagnosed when I was in halfway through my first year. So I done Latin and classics, and extra science like my chemistry and my biology, and computer science, computing. When I was at school, couldn't quite wrap my head around physics. I did manage to get higher physics when I was doing my, it's called SWAP, the Scottish Wider Access Programme, which is like a feeder college course to get you into uni. I don't know if that still exists actually. I like my swap courses. They were amazing. So I've done the hires, then I've done the equivalent of like 6-year studies. So that's what 16 to 18-year-olds do down in England, I believe. If I've got that correct. I'm actually surprised I got a B in higher physics. That's just fucking mad. I did get an A for my maths though, like for that. Plus an A in my chemistry and biology. C, science brain. Like a good portion of the family actually are more science and engineering based. Funny that, Scott's being good at science and engineering. Never been known. Sorry, I had to have that little joke for myself.
Kinds of different things in there to be able to make it shiny so that you can squeeze it out so that it delivers on the function. We have created plastics which are formulated materials and have all kinds of stuff added into them to be able to deliver the function. The biggest policy recommendation I think that we could make is to say, well, we need to know a heck of a lot more about what those additives are so that we can then design better recycling systems downstream. Because we don't need 50 different antioxidants. We need an antioxidant because it performs a particular function, but we need a disclosure of that.
In other words, by standardizing these additives and ideally displaying them on whatever product they end up in, almost like an ingredients label on a foodstuff, we can more efficiently design recycling systems for these materials. And we as consumers can more efficiently engage with those systems. But in my opinion, the most important intervention, the thing that raises the importance of plastic recycling more than anything else, takes place here. I've spoken at length on this channel about how we are currently subsidizing the fossil fuel industry by one estimate to the tune of $13 million per minute. In effect, subsidizing gas, oil and coal, paying to make the climate crisis worse. But that's not all.
That oil and gas industry produces lots of different molecules. And some of those molecules are waste molecules from the provision of energy. And so actually by subsidizing oil and gas, we have what we would call virgin plastic feedstocks, which are super cheap. They're very efficient to make because they're made out of the waste from the energy provision. And so we can kind of keep virgin plastics really, really low cost. And so what that means is that if we're looking at competing against two feedstocks, well, I could go and buy my virgin stuff, which is more consistent, is designed to do exactly what I want it to do, or I could buy recycled stuff.
We have a plastics crisis because we actively subsidize the creation of new plastic. Devaluing plastic in general, and specifically making recycled plastic not cost competitive. In fact, you could argue that recycled plastic is only cost competitive when we, as consumers, price in the negative externalities of producing new plastic in the form of carbon emissions and pollution. If we remove those subsidies, not only do we stop financing our own ecological breakdown, we immediately increase the value of all the plastics already in the system. And it makes supporting recycling a no-brainer. And these plastics should have immense value. We have created wonder materials that can, in many cases, be broken down and reused and recycled again and again. That should be valuable. And when we recognize that, of course, we're going to stop throwing them away and burning them. We will want to recycle them. I started this video by asking, does recycling even do anything? And as I hope you now understand, the answer is definitely yes. Recycling is an essential, though not sufficient, part of circularizing our economy. It is effective at reducing energy use and carbon emissions, and even with the most problematic of materials, plastics, it is effective when done right. Recycling is worth doing.
If I can recycle, if I can get a clean stream and I can mechanically recycle that into a product that holds value, what I'm doing is I'm able to create a product that eliminates the extraction of virgin material from the planet. The challenge is to do that in the best way possible. It's not whether or not recycling is a good thing, it's that is it sustainable right, in the longer term. It's putting that into the system in which lots of different solution spaces are going to work. But it's not a panacea. It's not a silver bullet. It doesn't solve all of the problems, and it can't solve problems infinitely.
There are changes that we should make to how we recycle, notably making it accessible and simple. But most problems with waste management exist upstream, changing how products are designed, what they are made out of, and in disincentivizing the extraction of new raw material. And those problems can be addressed. They are addressed through policy. Here are some specific policy recommendations that you can campaign for, notably removal of subsidies for the fossil fuel industry, but also standardization and greater transparency around additives to plastics, expansion of mechanical and, to a lesser extent, chemical recycling, and standardization and expansion of recycling. Like, there's good policy being laid down in the UK at the moment and in Europe, and you can take inspiration from this. Take it to your local...
Please, Simon, my lovely scientist, I love you, I do. And I say this with all my heart. I have to be a little bit mean to you here. If you want to put your faith in this Labour government, don't. That's why people like me exist. I don't trust them. They might they might talk the talk, they don't walk the walk. They will literally walk back on they've done it. We have all the receipts for what they've walked back on, including 4 key environmental changes that they wanted to implement, especially into recycling. He walked back on all of them the minute he became leader. I don't trust him as far as I can fucking stick, which isn't far. That'll be nice and say 2 inches. Please don't trust them. Of course, harass away, see if that works. I might try and harass my MP about this. I'm not sure if she'll listen. She is helping me though, how to get my passport, because the passport office are fucking idiots.
representative in government and ask, would you support something similar?
Your local councillor, local councillors, your members of parliament, like, they can really champion these issues. I think reach out to your elected representatives. They are paid to represent us. That's their whole job. And I think it might surprise you.
I've been kind of happy that she's helping me. I think it's our main person in her Westminster office and another one up here in our constituency office here in Glasgow. It is helping me with my passport issue. Thank you. Much appreciated. Great site. They work for you. Just whack in your postcode or your actual constituency, if you know its name. Just whack it in, see who your MP is. I do apologise if you have some sort of, well, as a cabinet member, fuck, sorry. But it was one of the Tory idiots. God damn it. I really do feel for you. Or it's the former Liberal Democrat. For Christ's sake. If you're up here in Scotland and still have an SNP, one of the 9 left, they might be able to help as well. They always voice for us. They're actually quite good. But obviously, Labour landslide, blah blah blah, all that other bollocks. If you've got a Labour MP, you can try, email them, send them the policy ideas that Simon just gave us. That might work. Depends what Labour MP you've got, of course. Or one of the lovely 7, especially if you've got Zara. Oh, so jealous of you. That lovely lassie is beast. I love her. She just takes on taking snipes at her for her party. Love it, love it.
And don't be disheartened. Yours might let you down. but there's a whole bunch of others who are willing to take on your case for you.
And you, as an individual, at home and at work, can be part of this.
I might clip that bit with the policy recommendations because my hometown, my home city of Perth, they've still got their SNP MPs. People shirt. Damn it, who's the other one? I've forgotten. I will need to check. But my family who live in Perth, their MP is Pete Wishart. Feel free to check him out. He's actually quite good. I like Pete. I need to meet him again. I have met him in Perth. Don't denigrate, I met him in a pub. But it was good to meet him. He has met my mum. I like that.
Read up on what your local authority can and cannot recycle. If you're in the UK, use this website. It's linked in the description.
Look at those different options you have. Recycle well, try not to contaminate the streams, and buy things that will last.
As in so many things in life, my philosophy boils down to this. You have an individual responsibility to do your best within the confines of the system that already exists. But you also share a collective responsibility to improve those systems. Just because recycling is not perfect, that doesn't mean that it's not worth engaging with while we seek to improve the system. So, reuse less stuff, reuse what you already have, and recycle.
I try my best.
It's worth doing. Earlier this video, we met Laura Young, who, as well as being a PhD student and running a popular sustainability Instagram account, successfully lobbied the UK to ban single-use vapes. This to me is a huge environmental win, and the story of how Laura made this happen is really interesting and inspiring, and it didn't quite fit into this video. So, I made a whole other video letting Laura tell this story, and that's available to watch right now on Nebula. I upload all of my videos early on Nebula and frequently.
Couldn't afford it. I did have Nebula. That's how I met Simon and how I met Bobby Broccoli. Or found them, essentially, so I could watch the videos. I can't afford it now, unfortunately. Plus, anything that Simon does, Becky Sphere. Becky is great. Feel free to check Becky Sphere out on Twitch. She is awesome. I get that from her, plus Climate Town and Our Changing Climate on YouTube as well. And that Andrewism, he is good as well.
Upload videos that you can't watch anywhere else. Recent examples include my 2025 climate news summary to date, behind the scenes of my Tiny Earth video, and bonus interviews with expert guests. But there's also a huge library of exclusive content from other creators. Notably, I'm really excited to watch 17 Pages by Bobby Broccoli. This is like a new Star Wars film coming out for me. And you can watch all of these videos ad-free. That's because I'm part of the group of creators that collectively own Nebula, and we don't like ads. So we designed the service to run on a subscription model instead. You pay a subscription and it gets divided between the creators that you watch. And it also finances original content like Arctic to Africa, in which Downey Express documents catching the train from the northernmost passenger train station in the world going to Africa. I'm actually waiting to watch the next episode of this one. And you can get 40% off an annual subscription by going to go.nebula.tv/Simon Clark, which is linked down there in the description, but also available in the QR code on screen. That's go.nebula.tv/Simon Clark to watch my video with Laura about how the UK banned disposable vapes, and much, much more besides. Thank you so much for watching to the end, and a huge thank you must also go to Professor Shaver and to Laura for chatting to me. In particular, chatting to Professor Shaver was like a paradigm shifting experience for me personally, and I'm so grateful he gave up an hour of his time. There are links to Sustainable Futures at the University of Manchester and the One Bin to Rule Them All project one of my favourite project names of all time, down there in the description, along with a link to Laura's Less Waste Laura Instagram. If you'd like to watch something else from me then here's 2 videos I prepared earlier. Let me know what you thought of this one in the comments. I'm sure there will be a lively discussion. And that just leaves me to say thank you so much again for watching. I'll see you in the next one.
The row about Keir Starmer's Island of Strangers speech has continued to roll on, and Zara Sultana has picked out one particular advisor for the bulk of the blame.
When you heard that phrase, an island of strangers, how did you feel?
I was shocked. A Labour Prime Minister literally taken a quote from the Rivers of Blood speech, which Enoch Powell delivered in my hometown of Birmingham. I couldn't actually believe it. And I know that there are some efforts to pretend that this is just a coincidence, just something randomly picked out of air. But as a politician, I can tell you that you don't just get a speech on the day. It is drafted, I imagine, in Downing Street by numerous people. It is probed over, there are edits made, it is fact-checked. So for me, someone had Enoch Powell's speech on a PDF and was picking quotes, and that's how that phrase was in that speech, and that to me is highly concerning.
You tweeted today, everyone knows exactly who that person is. Who is it?
Well, it shouldn't come as a surprise, but I believe that that is Morgan McSweeney.
He's the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff.
Absolutely, and we know that no decision in Downing Street takes place without him.
See, like I said, Zara is awesome. I'm glad she got onto Newsnight, actually. Really happy about that one. And yes, another beast from me. Rejoice. We have Zara. And we have Trev. I suppose you could class Jess Phillips from Birmingham as well. Not that I trust, well, I have mixed feelings about Jess Phillips, let's put it that way.
His approval, so he definitely would have had sign off, but the Prime Minister himself approved of those words and delivered that speech. So the buck lies with the Prime Minister.
Obviously, Morgan McSweeney's not here, as we can all see, so we don't know if that's true or not.
Let's get up the relevant passage.
Of course it's true. I will not impugn our Prime Minister. He was duly elected, obviously. But, like I said, I wouldn't trust him as far as they fit.
Passages from Starmer's speech and the infamous Rivers of Blood speech. This is what Starmer said. Nations depend on rules, fair rules. Sometimes they're written down, often they're not. But either way, they give shape to our values. They guide us towards our rights, of course, but also our responsibilities, the obligations we owe to one another. Now, in a diverse nation like ours, and I celebrate that, these rules become even more important. Without them, we risk becoming an island of strangers, not a nation that walks forward together. This is the quote from the Powell speech, where he uses the term strangers. But while to the immigrant, entry to this country was admission to privileges and opportunities eagerly sought, the impact upon the existing population was very different, for reasons which they could not comprehend, and in pursuance of a decision by default on which they were never consulted, they found themselves made strangers in their own land, or in their own country.
Delightful. In the 21st century, our own Prime Minister quoting him. I hope everyone knows that Enoch Powell got booted. 1968. I've covered this. I despise the man. He died in 1998. So literally when I was 19. Then you can tell by my name. I was born in 79. So I was nearly 20 when this absolute scum shuffled off the mortal coil. I'm glad he got booted. Oh, he ended up coming an MP for a Northern Ireland constituency, by the way. UUP? I think, if I remember correctly. That's also a unionist party, by the way. The DUP was the one started by Reverend Ian Paisley. Another's come back.
Country, sorry. Ash, I want to go to you on this. I upset a few people on Monday when I said, I'm not sure these points are exactly the same. Obviously, they used one of the same words, but you know they seem to be making slightly different points. What's your take?
So I've got to say, Michael, I disagreed with you a little bit because I think there was a couple of things that maybe you should have taken into account, in my opinion. The first thing is that, in your view, you thought that the outrage or the outcry was a bit over-egged. I think what that doesn't take into account is that the outrage is part of the political theatre that Keir Starmer is trying to pursue, because the Labour head honchos and strategists have sat down, they looked at the local election results and they're going, how do we respond to the rise of reform? Now, rather than responding to the rise of reform by saying, okay, we're going to do economic populism, they're doing the same thing that they always do, which is they go, why don't we try and do like a little bit of populist nationalism? Let's bash on the immigrants. And bonus, because you are going to get a whole load of outrage from the left, we're signalling that we're not the party of progressive, cosmopolitan, soft on migration, namby-pamby graduates and wokies. All right. So I firmly believe that the outrage is not a product of a mistaken reading on the part of the people who are upset by it. I think that it's a core component of what Keir Starmer and his advisors wanted to achieve. The second thing is that when you look at the context of both uses of the word stranger, there are some similarities. Now, for Keir Starmer, he does some padding. He says, I celebrate the fact we're a diverse nation, but it's coming within the context of this idea of there are rules and there are responsibilities as well as rights, privileges, and opportunities. Similarly, Enoch Powell is talking about the immigrant who comes here in pursuit of opportunities and privileges. So what we've ended up with Keir Starmer is Diet Powell. The reason why maybe I'm less shocked than other people about that, and I've written about this both in my book and I wrote an article about this a few years ago, is that pretty much every single prime minister has dipped a toe into the Enoch Powell paddling pool. Because while Enoch Powell was forced to resign from the Conservative front bench, Powellism itself became the dominant frame through which immigration was understood. So it was about immigration, race, belonging, and a sense of apocalypse. So then if you go looking through Keir Starmer's speech and you see some other instances of, very negative language, you've got the phrase squalid chapter, referring to the high immigration of the Boris Johnson and, the latter portion of the Conservative government's post-2010. You've also got incalculable damage. Now, Keir Starmer doesn't use words like squalid chapter to talk about the decade of lost pay growth. He doesn't talk about incalculable damage when he's thinking about the missed opportunities to decarbonize our economy or to get feces out of our waterways. This is a set of terminology which is seemingly exclusively reserved to talk about immigration, so that people who are being drawn to, full fat nationalist populist parties can think that Keir Starmer is siding with them a bit. And it's not going to work. It never really has worked for Labour prime ministers. When you go back to the early 2000s, when Tony Blair and David Blunkett really lent into this idea of an anti-asylum crackdown, it strengthened the hand of the BNP, who, got some of their first councillors ever in the local elections of the early 2000s. So this is where I disagree with you, Michael, is that one, I think the outrage was calculated. Two, I think the little nod and a wink to Powell with just enough plausible deniability, I think, was part of the plan. Three, I think that there is a long history of Powellism enduring in this country. And for, I don't know if I said this already as number one. I always lose count when I do a list, but I think it's going to backfire.
I mean, I 100% agree with you that I think this was calculated. I think they wanted to do this speech to provoke a row with the left so that they could position themselves on the side of border restrictions. I think that's what they wanted to do. I think they realized, people have said, why couldn't you have just used different terms? Well, unless there's a row, no one hears about it. Keir Starmer's given so many speeches about policy that no one notices. So they thought the only way to get people to notice this is to have a row. I suppose where I am concerned about sort of the reaction of the left is I think they've probably given them what they want, because what the Starmer people want is they want to provoke a row that they think will outrage people on the left, that the majority of the country
Oh dear God. It's gonna be my man. Christ. It's gonna be on your. I must say this the feed on my phone from my screen manager isn't a lot sharper. I might get used to it. Okay, maybe this one.
What is your main bone of contention with Eric Weinstein?
You should probably ask Eric that.
Sean has been nothing but civil. He's also extremely nasty. But let me say a bunch of things to Dr. Carroll. Dr. Carroll, I'd like to hear your explanation for 3 generations of flavor chiral fermions with the observed quantum numbers of the group SU3 cross SU2 cross U1.
I have read Eric's paper. Here it is. I actually have it here. It's worse than you would think.
How dare you?
How dare you read your paper?
I highly advise you to spend more time in your physics department and less time on YouTube.
So we're not allowed to think about Eric's theory and write a follow-up paper about it.
Oh no, you're very much allowed, Sean.
I have my disagreements with string theorists, my agreements with them, but I respect it, and I think that they're trying their best.
The first rule of Physics Fight Club is don't talk about the problems with Physics Fight Club.
I have found myself in the awkward and unenviable position of defending the establishment heterodoxy.
Your intellectually insulting aspect reminds me of you as the Marie Antoinette of theoretical physics influencer.
Given I've only understood about 1/10 of what either of you has said for the last hour, I would like to end on a point where none of us know the answer to something. For centuries, scientists have grappled with the most fundamental question of them all. What is reality? Well, up until the 20th century, it was considered to be a matter of common sense. We lived in a material and objective reality, perhaps
This is reality. This person right here. Hi, tears. Oh, this should be fun.
by God, but one that could be accurately measured and predicted. And then came Einstein, who revolutionized everything by saying that things were a lot more relative than all that. Space could bend time. Mysterious black holes existed. The universe was expanding. But even Albert Einstein failed to truly grapple with what came next, the wild world of quantum physics, where nothing plays by the rules, even Einstein's, and things seem to exist in 2 places at once. Today, the biggest brains on the planet are loggerheads
part of Einstein's theory has been proven in quantum theory, Piers. I know that much. And I'm no physicist. I read a lot of hard science fiction books, and a lot of it might be possible. Might be possible. I understand physics to a certain extent, let's put it that way. I'm pretty sure I know more than Piers does. Pretty sure I know more than Piers on a lot of topics. But that's easy now.
Over what this all means and where science goes next. Are there multiple universes? Do we live in a Matrix-style simulation? Could there be an intelligent designer? For this special uncensored debate, I'm joined by two scientists with very different answers to the very big question. Sean Carroll is Professor of Physics and Philosophy at Johns Hopkins University. He hosts his own podcast, Mindscape, and draws audiences of millions elsewhere. Dr. Eric Weinstein is a Harvard-educated mathematician. His appearances on the Joe Rogan show alone have been viewed 26 million times and is a regular guest on Uncensored. And despite both being scientific podcasting rock stars, Dr. Weinstein and Professor Carroll have never actually appeared together until now. So welcome to you, gentlemen, and thank you for agreeing to lock horns. I have to say, very intelligent horns. Dr. Carroll, let me ask you first of all this. Are we actually here?
I think so. I'm here. I don't know about anybody else. It could be a solipsistic kind of thing. But yeah, I think that there's a lot of things that you can imagine meaning when you say things exist, things are real, etc. And I think that if you don't include you and me in tables and chairs, etc., I don't think that you're on the right track in defining what it means to exist. So yes, we're here.
What is your main bone of contention with Eric Weinstein?
You should probably ask Eric that. I mean, I'm a working physicist. I am a professor in a physics department. I write physics papers. I have found myself in the awkward and unenviable position of defending the establishment heterodoxy. Like, it's never what I imagined I would be doing, but there's good reasons why the heterodoxy is the heterodoxy. So I think that academic physics, even though I'm happy to disagree with certain choices they make about what to work on and what emphasis to put on there, is working in good faith. I think that we're trying our best to understand the universe at a deep level. String theory, which we'll talk about in the program, is one example of this. I have my disagreements with string theorists, my agreements with them, but I respect it, and I think that they're trying their best. And if someone else comes up with a better idea, they'll move what they're doing and focus on that idea. It just hasn't happened yet.
For those with smaller brain power than you, what is string theory?
That's a great question. And in fact, very famous string theorist Joe Polchinski wrote a very influential paper called What is String Theory? Decades after string theory started being a popular theory to think about. And the fact is, we still don't know yet. It's an approach. You start with a very simple idea that instead of the universe being made of particle-like things at the fundamental level, like the electron being a point-like particle, the photon, etc., which we all knew wasn't exactly right anyway, but we can talk about that later, replace that with a little loop of vibrating string. Now, why would you do that? There's a prehistory that goes into features of the strong interactions that motivated people to do it. They looked at this idea, what if the world were made of little loops of string rather than point particles? Problematically, the theory kept failing at what they were trying to do with it, which is explain the strong nuclear force, because it kept predicting the existence of gravity. So eventually, people said, well, wait a minute, gravity exists. Maybe this is a theory of gravity as well. And after many, many years of hard work on the part of people who were otherwise ignored by the community, they showed that it's actually a very successful theory of gravity and possibly everything else. You have to buy a lot of extra stuff, like extra dimensions of space-time that we don't see and so forth, what is called the holographic principle, which again, we could get into if you want to. But the theory keeps moving forward while at the same time utterly failing to connect directly with experiments. So this has caused, a lot of hair pulling among the physics community. The theory looks very promising, but we haven't actually been able to put it to work to connect to the real world.
Okay, Eric Weinstein, your response to that?
Well, first of all, I just assume that I'm being simulated by Sean Carroll. Who knows what's real? More or less, whether we're in a simulation or whether we're in not.
To my lovely people, my comrades, my lovely followers and subscribers, are we real? I believe I am real. Can we discuss string theory? Well, probably not for me. Find a physicist. Sorry, go watch John Carroll's podcast if you like. Like I say, I'm more biology based. I know I'm real. Things happen within this system, if you want to call it that. I'm sure I'm real. I'm sure everything around me is real. My movie cover, the bed I'm sitting on, my bedside cabinet, my lovely bone mug, and all the other little accoutrements of my life. I'm sure they're all real. I've touched them on a daily basis. I've used them within the capacity. I'm sure they're real. I am sure we are here.
Simulation.
It's a really good question. I mean,
real.
before you get into your response, I mean, we don't actually know, do we? I mean, I have sometimes the most extraordinarily vivid deja vu dreams, or I dream stuff and then it seems to happen or whatever, and it always makes me sit there shaking and trembling and sweating and thinking, are we all just living in some weird simulation? How would we know?
Well, maybe we should never have legalized cannabis then. I don't know. The situation is that I think that Sean and I probably agree almost completely on everything until 1972. Then you have the first really serious situation where a mysterious term is not only introduced into our common vocabulary called quantum gravity, but it takes over as a fictitious history that the central problem of theoretical physics is the quantization of gravity, which is not true historically. You can check it on Google Ngrams. This is just a fiction. The progress in the object that tracks our progress in physics, called the Lagrangian or the action, stops moving in 1973. And there's a bunch of wiggle words that I don't think we have time for between fundamental physics and regular physics. But then my guess is that the first problem that Sean and I will find ourselves at loggerheads over is that I think that making quantum gravity the holy grail of theoretical physics, which is repeated and perseverated ad nauseum, is a terrible crime.
And what is quantum gravity? Again, for those who are not as au fait with this as you guys, what is quantum gravity?
If I may, so there's a standard story that you'll hear, more or less. Sean is a part of a group of about 5 people who do most of the communication of theoretical physics to the American public. In the UK, there are different ones. And there's certain tropes that are repeated, and you don't hear anything else. So the trope that sounds something like this: we have 2 theories that are bedrock reality. We have one called the Standard Model, which covers 3 out of 4 forces, the non-gravitational ones, and all of the matter that we see in the universe, as well as something called the Higgs field and maybe some other fields as well. In the other theory, we have Einstein's theory of gravity, which was put into relatively final form before 1920, maybe by 1917. And then the claim is that the incompatibility between the 2 of them is that one of them is a quantum theory, that is the Standard Model of the nuclear forces, electromagnetism, is a quantum theory, whereas Einstein's gravitational theory, general relativity, has resisted quantization. And then, as the trope goes, that incompatibility must be resolved by forcing the children of Einstein to submit to the will of the children of Bohr. And that explanation, to me, is
Mr. Weinstein, or Dr. Weinstein, or Professor Weinstein, I don't know what your actual designation is. I assume you're a professor. I assume. The differences between Einstein and Bohr have already been reconciled. They got reconciled just after the war, by the way, in 49 or 50, I think. So they've been settled for pretty much 70 years now. They work in conjunction, by the way, which I think Professor Carroll will comment on, I believe, as much as I know. Obviously, I'll keep on saying this caveat: more biology, more human-based science for me, other than physics. Too much for me to take. I do have a grounding maths and physics, which is always a good thing to have, but any of this higher level stuff like quantum theory, or string theory, or waves, a bit beyond my reach. I like to keep it. Let's say I get, well, obviously biologists get rubbish by physicists. I love them. They do their research. They can carry on. No slight to you physicists, honestly, but when you start talking to some of us biologists, our eyes just glaze over. Sorry. Whoa! What is happening? What is happening?
Patently absurd. There's an incompatibility in the classical version of the standard model before you get to the quantum version of the standard model, which is that one of them is a so-called gauge theory.
I will make it easier on myself. Hello, Mako, or Macho. Welcome in. This is the leftist space. Please be respectful. Hopefully you got well, they're not instructions, they're guidelines. Welcome in. Obviously, that's Piers in the middle. One on the left, Professor Sean Carroll. Yes, I'm Scottish. Hello, I am Glasgow. I am Katie, or Mad Cat, if you wish. Yes, I'm Scottish. Also a Marxist. So, please be nice. You do not want the wrath of a Scottish woman on your hands. Trust me, it's not worth it. Plus, not. I am LGBTQ. Plus, also happy Pride. Hello. No, I don't sound so. No. If it is possible to rescind someone's Scottish identity, I would do it to her first. She is went after a minority, which is distinct to me. Can I be classed as a minority and disabled? And I've got health issues and stuff, so and that means what? Lots of people are Scottish. There is nearly 6 million Scots, by the way, here in Scotland, and more Scots scattered across the globe. Lots of us don't like her. Going after a vulnerable minority, they are standing up for themselves. Would you like that? I stand up for myself because I'm disabled. If they're progressive, they wouldn't be standing with her. They're mostly centrists or right, centre right, maybe some centre left. But most progressives, people who are on the left, people like myself, social democrats, people like that, Marxists, anarchists, Trotskyists, if there's any left. Take a look at see them if you wish. Most of them don't stand with her, at least here in Scotland, and lots of other people across the UK.
And the other theory cannot be gauged successfully, at least.
And
so
why does
far.
it matter so much?
Then,
Tax day has passed, but for millions of Americans, that's where the trouble begins.
Like I said, if they're progressive, I would hope that they wouldn't be standing with her. You can be progressive in lots of different ways, obviously, in our current situation, if you want to feel like that, in countries across the globe. But no, I don't believe so. All the progressives that I've met know don't stand with her. They don't like what she's promoting. It's really not good, in my opinion, at least. Also, it depends what you mean by moderate. I stand with the transgender individuals, be they, them, she, her, he, him, they. I stand with them and non-binary people as well. No, it's all just scaremongering. Trust me on that. Trust me, with someone who has, let's say, reproductive issues, let's put it that way. Don't want to get too deep into this. Singling out that community also brings me under the spotlight, and I don't want that. I've already been under the spotlight for the most part of my life. I don't like it. Singling out people for what they are, how they physically are, and what they feel is deeply troubling, and it's scaring people across the globe. Trans women are women and trans men are men. The science backs this up. I can show you videos if you like. Both fun and educational. Plus, my former GP, who is now retired, God bless her, she'd been doing it for over 40 years. She needed to retire. I'm glad for her. She's reproductive and gynecological care as her speciality. She was still a GP, she still saw lots of different types of patients, but that was her area of expertise, especially reproductive and gynecological issues. So she had a hand, maybe literally, I don't know, in actually helping transgender gender reassignment surgeries when she was still practicing. So I have lots of information about this.
IRS is now ramping up enforcement for those who missed the April deadline or still owe back taxes. Well, today's sponsor, Tax Network USA, can still help. If your books are a mess, if you're self-employed, or if you're a business...
I'm not letting you do your spiel.
Stop penalties, threatening letters. That's TNUA. The next move.
Well, in my
IRS.
Why does it matter?
Yeah.
Well, it depends what you're trying to do. I mean, I can tell you why. The lead tweet in my Twitter feed is assume a traversable.
The science, the science backs them up. People have been born. Like, I was born a woman. I am a woman. Okay. I don't have ovaries. I have stunted fallopian tubes and barely any endometrial lining. I was never going to be a mother. It took me a while to get into that. But I've always identified as woman. But you can be, but there's intersex people as well that's been caught up. They've literally been caught up in this legislation change, this decision from the Supreme Court. Some of my friends back in my home city, up in Perth, they are intersex. They were born with both male and female secondary sexual characteristics, which basically means either only one ovary, testes, and a second different. There's lots of different intersex people in the world, lots of different types. They've been caught in this because they can't identify either way. And technically, under this definition, I'm not classed as a woman because I can't give birth. I can't have children. If they've had the full gender reassignment surgery and have all the documentation that is available in this country, they are that sex now, essentially. I really don't want to start fighting with you. I don't. I'd rather educate you. It is easier for me. Oh, hi. Don't get me wrong, it's bad here, but it's just as bad over in your homeland. In some ways, we're both shit, in my opinion. I do not speak for everyone here, obviously. Everyone's got their own opinions. But, problematic. If they went through the full gender reassignment surgery, they've identified that. They go through here. I'm speaking for UK now. They go through psychological checks. They have to be over a certain age to get the gender reassignment surgery. There is YouTubers I can show you. No, no. I've never sounded American, at least to my own ears. I've always sounded like this. If I sound American, that's a bit weird. If they've went through the gender reassignment surgery, they've always identified, they've always believed that they're this. And the amount of hoops that they have to jump through to get actually recognised. We don't need to be either demonising or belittling this community. It's not right. I don't want this to happen. People are getting demonised and targeted. It's just wrong.
cosmos. If Einstein is left in force, my claim is that there are only two rocks that Elon's chemical rockets can get us to.
I didn't say you were, but other people across the world have done this. I don't want them to do that. It's not right. Going after a small community like this is setting them apart, making them other, is no way to treat people. Millions of people across history have been othered, and look at how it's turned out. We don't need to be doing this as a society, as a country, as a separate country, UK, America, Canada, African nations, other European nations. We don't need to be doing this. There's better things we could be doing, talking about, annoying our elected officials, either congressmen or senators, congresspeople or senators in your scope, or MPs. Can't really talk to the Lords. Bit shit, really. But I've got Westminster and I've got Holyrood because I'm in Scotland. We can reach out to them, get them to implement better policy. If they've went through the legal process and the surgical process, yes. I don't see why that's controversial. I've always believed this. Plus, LGBTQ people have always been targeted throughout history. I am bisexual. I might be married to a man, but I'm still bisexual. We've been targeted throughout history, which is sickening, in my opinion. They didn't. This court case has opened a fairly sizable fissure in both our countries, and lots of people are hooked on it. There's better things that they can get on with other than doing this absolute vile legislation, in my opinion.
And there are always bills going through Parliament. This one was called the Data Bill. And the Data Bill itself is...
Other Katie puts it more eloquently. This is Katie Montgomery. She is a YouTuber. She is awesome. Please listen to Katie. Katie with a Y, Katie with an IE.
Neutral, or at least as far as I understand it, it's fine. Like, who cares? But a Conservative politician tried to add an amendment to the bill. So a classic legal word and politics word, you might know what it means, but basically they just added some bits on. And so the bill, it's a way of trying to sneak things in sometimes. Like, you can sometimes sneak in a part that's not really related to the law, and then it gets passed, and then that becomes law because it's part of a bigger law, and then it's harder to change. But basically, the data bill itself is about trying to get a common record of people in the UK in order to make it easier to identify people, so that you don't have to like use your bank in order to verify who you are. I'm sure there are privacy groups who are opposed to this. I'm sure there are some who are in favour of it. I don't have an opinion. I'm just looking at this one amendment. So the amendment was actually really bad. So it was Amendment NC21, and it was debated today, and it was introduced by Conservative MPs. And basically this one online ID, which would be in the UK, in order to like verify who you are. It's like when you want to try and sign up for something and they're like, say, oh, you've got to provide your bank details. And the reason that is so that they can then ask the bank if you're a real person. And the problem with that is then you're relying on like private institutions in order to verify who you are. So the government wanted like their own one. And of course, this Conservative amendment wanted to record sex only as birth sex. But also, it would record whether someone was trans or not. And this, like, who knows who would be able to get hold of this data, but it would basically be like a registry of all trans people, completely violating any privacy rights we have, which is particularly scary for people who transitioned decades ago. But it does affect all trans people. There's no reason why any public authority should be able to have a list of all the trans people. That just could only be a bad thing. And it would also restrict which public authorities can provide sex data, starting with the General Register Office, which records sex at birth only. So yeah, this was like a very gender critical anti-trans rights move, and it was actually quite scary. It's to a similar level to what the Supreme Court ruling was. The Supreme Court ruling has removed some of our rights, and this was set to remove some of our rights. So this is an article here trying to explain simply what it would do. So it would permit public authorities to record your I hate all this terming, acquired gender, as if they have a gender recognition certificate. Even then it must be recorded alongside their sex at birth. Basically, they're just saying they're going to record your sex as only your birth sex, not your current sex, and then they're going to write whether you're trans or not next to it. Like, absolutely terrible. Public services, hospitals, schools, and employers using this data would be legally obliged to misgender trans people without GRCs, gender recognition certificates, which only like 1 or 2% of trans people in the UK have been able to get because the system's so terrible. And they could affect healthcare, safeguarding legal protections. Trans people might be forced to disclose their private medical history. This is all tied up into privacy stuff. If this had passed, it would be likely in conflict with all kinds of European Court of Human Rights privacy things, which is originally why it wasn't put into the bill in the first place, and they've tried to add this amendment. But they debated it in the House of Commons, and this is where the Labour Party have power, and Keir Starmer's government, and Wes Streeting, and all those people. And we've had a bad run in the UK, you may have noticed, both in the courts and in Parliament, with them just doing horrible things against all the odds, where you're like, surely they're not going to rule this way because it would be in conflict with like every other law. Oh, they've ruled this way. Surely they're not going to try and ban trans healthcare despite all of the evidence. oh, they've banned trans healthcare for kids despite all the evidence. And I was just feeling like we're just going to lose this one too. But it was actually pretty decisive. This was quite strongly opposed. Just less than 100 votes for it. Well over 300 votes against it. This is a big win for us. This is time to be relieved. Like, this would have been terrible and it's not happening. This isn't like we've gained some rights. This isn't any of the horrific attacks on us in the past have been revoked or anything. So it's not like a real celebration. But thank fuck. Like, it just seemed like there's something every single day almost. Some new nonsense attack on our rights. And we're going to cover another one later. But there's just constantly things. And it's finally a major one has gone in our favour. Which is great. We actually have a clip here of them talking about it, where they say that the government not only have they got rid of this amendment, they're saying they're not even going to bother trying passing anything like this, which is great. So let's just listen to this little clip. I haven't seen this yet, and I've been told it's quite good. It's the House of Commons. It's probably not going to be good, but like we'll see.
New clauses 7 to 21, amendments 39 and 40. Let me start by saying that the government accepts the Supreme Court ruling, but it is paramount that we work through this judgment carefully, with sensitivity, and in line with the law. We cannot simply flick a switch. We must work through the impacts of this judgment properly, recognising that this is broader than data used by digital verification services, and I reflect the comment made earlier by the Shadow Minister when he said data accuracy is important. This is equally... yes, of course.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Trans people and trans-led groups have been very concerned by the amendment tabled by members of the opposition, New Clause 21. They've rightfully described it as an attack on trans people's rights and their privacy. Yeah. Can the Minister offer some reassurance that, as well as opposing this amendment today, the government will not seek to introduce similar legislation via other means in future?
Hear, hear. We're opposing the amendment when we're not intending to introduce similar legislation. As I said, data accuracy is important. This is equally true for any data used in a digital verification service. That is why the government is already engaged in an appropriate and balanced range of work on data standards and data accuracy. We're already developing data.
That has given me a little bit of hope. That is good. But on the whole, there's cabinet members and backbenchers who are absolutely vile, in my opinion.
Standards on the monitoring of diversity information, including sex, by the Data Standards Authority. Following a review, the Office for Statistics Regulation published updated guidance on collecting and reporting data and statistics about sex and gender identity last year, and all government departments are considering now how best to address the recommendations of the Sullivan Review, which we've published. This is the first reason why we will not be supporting this new clause or the amendment today.
Hello, story girl. Welcome in. I just need to announce it a bit better. Does that sound good now? I'm feeling attack horse just a little bit. I just need to enunciate more. Make myself a little bit clearer. Welcome in, my comrade. How are things down under?
Quite simply, we believe the concerns regarding the way in which public authorities process sex and gender data should be considered holistically, taking into account the effects of the Supreme Court ruling and the specific and particular requirements of public authorities. By contrast, the new clause in the amendment would undermine the work the government is already doing. In giving the Secretary of State a new regulatory rule, they would undermine the existing processes that ensure compliance with the UK's data protection.
Maybe this isn't that exciting. Anyway, it was good to see someone speak up and be like, I've talked to trans people and they say this is bad. She's wearing a Trans History Week badge as well. We have some good politicians. We have some politicians who actually care and who have actually listened to trans people, and who are like pushing our concerns. I'm not really a fan of what this guy's saying. I mean, he's like, we are welcoming the Supreme Court ruling and we're reviewing the Sullivan Review and all this kind of bullshit, gender critical nonsense. But it is good to hear them say this bill is not only not going to pass and they oppose it, but it's like conflicts with what they're already trying to do. So, I don't know. I think that is a success and we should be relieved. We're just going to have to take all of these minor wins as best we can. You can't only be depressed when we lose and then be like, oh, this was nothing when we win. Like, I think however much stead you put into how bad this would have been if it passed, you've got to imagine that, and then like the magnitude of that horror, and then invert it and try and take that like celebratory energy, because we're not going to have this one big moment where all of a sudden trans people are liberated and everything's fine, like the end of Star Wars or something. We're going to grindily and slowly win out over decades. And you have to take the celebration.
My lovely Gemma, do you need cheering up? Would you like fun? Or would you like rot? I'm up for both. Do you need cheering up? I'm here, honestly. I haven't lost my mum yet, thankfully. I can't imagine what it's like yet. Don't get me wrong, my mum's 71. I am a realist in some aspects of my life. So I have no idea. I've lost my grand. So I will do my due. I'm always here if you need me. Reach out to me on Discord if you like. Honestly. Losing my gran, my mum's mum, left a big hole in the family, and it's only just healed now. We lost her 15 years ago, so that hole is now being repaired essentially within the family. Plus, it didn't help that 18 months, then 3 years after it, we lost mum, lost two of our brothers, two of my uncles. We lost them as well. So they are healing over now. It does take a while, I have noticed. So two of my cousins have lost their dad essentially. Oh, okay. Like I said, I'm always here if you want to reach out. Alright?
As they come. Yeah, this, if you want to read about this bill, I'll put this in the description. It would have been terrible. Yeah, basically just a rollback of legal recognition of trans people, and it was defeated. So, hooray. And well done to everyone who wrote to their MPs and applied pressure. Like, we just saw a politician standing up and being like, I've heard from trans people that they don't like this. How would she have known that if she hadn't have heard from trans people? And sure, you might have a terrible MP who's like, oh, I'm a conservative dickhead, I fought this bill in the first place, I support Wes Streeting or whatever. Maybe even Wes Streeting is your MP. If that's not the case, then applying pressure might...
To all my comrades, if you can hear me, if you ever see this, then God, is it Ilford North or South? It's either one of them. I feel for you having that as your MP. Obviously, because he's a cabinet member and a senior cabinet member, he might be busy. Doing what? God knows what. God knows now. God knows doing what. Ever. Anything. And West Streeting, if you can hear me, you are banned from Pride. Just fuck off. Thank you. And for other reasons. You in charge of health and social care? I am separate. I'm up here in Scotland. I do count my blessings. Slightly better up here. Still basically living off the block grant that we get from Westminster, of course, but we spend it a little bit better. Let's put it that way. So I'm glad the health systems are separated for each of their four constituent countries. No, Northern Ireland, no, Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and England. They're all separate, all with separate health systems. My God, I love my NHS up in here. It is brilliant. Take such good care of me because I'm a wreck.
Get your MP to speak out, and if that is the case, when they see that there's loads of opposition and passing a certain bill becomes a total nightmare because they keep getting loads of pressure from emails and from constituents and people want to talk to them about it, they will get sick of it. Very few of them are true believers. Lots of them don't like trans people and they want to get votes by hurting trans people, and when they realise it's a massive hassle, they'll give up. So, everyone who wrote your MP a letter over this one, thank you very much. Amazing, well done. Celebrate, get some energy, and then we'll write to the next for the next thing. Hooray!
Very crass, very aggressive.
I'm not quite sure why it's changed, but possibly Trump.
You never come across as genuine.
In this sleepy village outside Brisbane, there's been a major shake-up. This long-time Liberal territory is now in Labor's hands.
What are your thoughts on Peter Dutton losing the seat last night?
I'm pretty happy about it.
I guess I wasn't surprised, really.
Very happy when I wake up to good news this morning.
While many told the ABC they were concerned about the coalition's stance on nuclear, it was Dutton, the person, not his policies, that ultimately decided their vote.
I think people sort of were not really prepared to put up with what appears to be bully tactics.
I think he shot himself in the foot a few times. I don't think he's been his own best friend. I don't think he's been the community's best friend.
The seat of Dickson looks very different to how it did when Peter Dutton was first elected in 2001. However, electoral data shows there hasn't been a massive change in the demographic since the last federal election. Many felt that Peter Dutton served the community well as the local member, but that it was time for change.
He's been a good local member for a long time, so he's done a good job for the local area.
If he wasn't running for Prime Minister, I reckon he would have still kept his seat.
The hope now for Dickson's future:
stability, like Peter did for a long, long time.
Very crass, very aggressive.
I'm not quite sure why it's changed, but possibly Trump.
You never come across as genuine.
In this sleepy village outside Brisbane, there's been a major shake-up.
I did notice that. Are they just playing high off now and become their own party again? I want them to be sent into political oblivion. Liberals, bad. Nationals, redacted, redacted, redacted. Because it's not my own country, I won't say too much, but I am glad that Dutton lost his seat. Rejoice. Another ghoul has been kicked out of the democratic process. That is good. Obviously, he's still a fucking multi-millionaire. I would ban him from actually donating to the Liberals or the Nationals if he wants. I won't let him. Obviously, with Australia's hands. Yes, they are, Gemma. Yes, they are. No answer yet? Yeah, I was hoping it's pretty fun.
So I'm still here at the NASA complex. There's been a shooting at the GHF aid distribution complex in Rafah. I'm in the emergency department. Apparently there's been anything from 20 to 50 people shot dead. The reports are there's anything from 100 to 200 people injured by gunshot wounds. We're receiving quite a few of the casualties now. The ambulances haven't stopped coming, but we know that a lot of the injured were taken to the local field hospitals, so places like ICRC and UK Med. And we're dealing with the people that actually managed to get as far as NASA, which, as you know, is in the red zone, so not an easy journey to make from Rafah.
The dream I've always believed in is no matter who you are, no matter where you come from, either in spite of nor because of.
Where you were born, who your parents are.
Sorry, Zoe, I'll get down to you eventually. Oh, the poem from Michael Rosen.
So this is for Keir Starmer and his Island of Strangers. I lay in bed, hardly able to breathe, but there were people to sedate me, pump air into me, calm me down when I thrashed around, hold my hand and reassure me, play me songs my family sent in, turn me over to help my lungs, shave me, wash me, feed me, check my medication, perform the tracheostomy. People on this island of strangers, from China, Jamaica, Brazil, Ireland, India, USA, Nigeria, and Greece. I sat on the edge of my bed and 4 people came with a frame and supported me, or took me to a gym where they taught me how to walk between parallel bars, or kick a balloon, sat me in a wheelchair, taught me how to use the exercise bike, how to walk with a stick, how to walk without a stick. People on this island of strangers from China, Jamaica, Brazil, Ireland, India, USA, Nigeria, and Greece. If ever you're in need, as I was, may you have an island of strangers like I had.
This Craigwood is epic. I love Steve. Oh, where is it? I've got one. Give me a minute. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
So this is for Keir Starmer and his island of strangers. I lay in bed, hardly able to breathe, but there were people to sedate me, pump air into me, calm me down.
I need to pause this. I will read this out. It's unfair of me to mock JD Vance. He's only killed one more pope than I have. Oh, for context, Steve Foster is of the Jewish persuasion. He's Jewish. I'm not sure if he attends synagogue or not. He might. But yeah. Thanks, Steve. That was based. Plus, the last pope was really old. People do die. Did he have a hand? Sorry, that's crass. Not educated. Let's check out Steve if we want some goals.
Who came in from far away just for the show now? Who thinks they may have come in? Clearwater? That's pretty solid. That's near Tampa, right? Yeah. So you can't make a Tampa show, or you just like hear about it?
I was invited to this one.
You were invited to this one. Cool. So you didn't come for the show. You came for the. Is it a date?
Yeah.
Okay. The way you said that I was asking, and you were like, "Yeah, what the fuck, man? Yeah." I was just asking because sometimes people are friends, sometimes people are relatives. I don't want to just fucking assume. Sometimes in parts of Florida, people are both. Just making sure. Well, welcome to Tallahassee. Do you enjoy it up here? So far? How long have you been up in Tallahassee? Since yesterday? Okay, cool. How long have you two been dating, if I may inquire? 6-ish months. Okay. And 30 years. You dated in high school, and then that is not and. That is a go. That is reconnecting. Okay, sorry. And by the way, I had other questions, but now fucking laser focused. I got a lot of questions and I got a few predictions. Okay. Which one of you was married in between? You? Got it? Okay. See? A couple predictions. How long ago did that marriage end? The most recent one. 7 months ago. Okay. So now, here's the thing. It's one of two things that happened. Okay? Because the marriage ended about a month before you guys started dating again after 30 years. So hold on. One of two things. Stop with your guesses. I'm going to tell you mine. And I would put a lot of money on one of these two things being correct. Because it is possible that you guys just happened to run into each other afterward, It's like, hey, I'm single now, you're single now, great. But what more likely happened is either you were like, hey, you know what? I was married and it didn't work out, and now I'm single and Stella's getting her groove back. And you reached out to him because you were like, hey, let's reconnect. Or he saw your Facebook status change and sent a message just pretending like, hey, it's been a while, we should talk. Which of the two? Snapchat? I was pretty fucking close. So she posted on Snapchat that she was single, or just a general post?
She had moved and I just responded.
Oh, okay, she had moved and you were like, wait a minute, but the husband's not there right now, let me... Yeah. Well, I'm glad it worked out. That's awesome, and good luck to you both. And that was fun for me. So, that said, and by the way, I do very much wish it worked out, and so you know, she's totally cool with marriage because it's happened a couple of times. So, she's a fan of the institution. So.
We do have kind of a hard one.
A hard one?
Yeah.
All right.
For Steve, I ask from a place of trying to understand. I support everyone's identity regardless if it makes sense to me or not. So my question is, dissociative identity disorder, formerly multiple personality disorder, is considered to be just that, a mental disorder. What makes that different from transgender, non-binary people? Specifically non-binary individuals who identify as they, them.
Okay. First of all, they, them can be singular or plural, and the people who argue that it's always plural don't understand basic grammar. If I were to say, oh man, a cop yelled at me today, Bander could be like, what'd they say? And you see how that's a singular person. So using that part of the argument, I get rid of that part of the argument immediately. But the idea of what makes it different than something that is known as a mental disorder, which is in the DSM.
Yeah.
I always confuse that with the abbreviation for the Des Moines airport, but it's the same. And if you've ever flown through Des Moines, you would agree. But
you can find a lot of examples in the Des Moines airport.
Absolutely, you can. Yeah. What makes it different is the people who spend their lives studying this and are experts on this say that it is different. And I trust them to know more about a subject that I don't know. The reality is, and I try to say this with compassion as much as I can, if you don't trust the entire medical industry to be telling you the truth about that, then you should take your car to a florist the next time it breaks down. Because if you don't trust experts on one thing, why would you trust them on something else? And the fact of the matter is, we need to trust people who have spent their whole adult lives researching something rather than a fucking meme you see once. And that, I think, is the main issue.
I have been basing a lot of my opinions on science off of Irma Gerd Snurks.
All right, that meme, that's okay.
I think one thing is like the multiple personality or whatever it's called now. It's like multiple identities, right? I think being trans is having one identity, but realizing it and then realizing it doesn't match the body that you're in, right? It's not that it was. And other than that, like part of having a different identity or realizing differences about your identity as you get older is also just called growing up. Until about I was 30, every 3 years I would look back at myself and be like, what a fucking tool I was, and like, we are changing, and it's...
I still think that about you.
Well, but he doesn't.
to the best of my knowledge, dissociative disorder is almost always or at least very often a result of trauma, whereas I don't believe there's any connection with being transgender in that way.
Yeah, it is. I didn't fully understand dissociative disorder until I met someone who had it, because the way that it's portrayed on TV is utterly ridiculous. But I met a fan who had that and had a caretaker with her because she could become dangerous to herself. And I was talking to her and I had stepped away and I came back and she didn't know that I was there yet. I was walking up behind where they were and she was speaking as if she was like a small child. And then when she realized that I was there again, she kind of shook it off and apologized, like, I didn't want you to see that, that's so embarrassing. And I was like, no, I get that this is something that you're fighting. And it was a lot for me to process because it's not something I had ever seen before. And when you see something that you've never seen before, it takes a while for you to understand it. And I think that that's what's happening now. I think that for the first time, there are a lot of people who are seeing a different gender identity than they understand. And so their first reaction is going, no, that's not a thing. And then if it actually is someone in their life and someone they're talking to, then they start to understand it a little bit more. And so I think that what we know as a society right now is very different than what we'll know in 5 years or 10 years or 1 year if they close all the schools. But like, it is something that I don't fault people for having trouble grasping immediately. Every one of us had that moment. Every one of us, anyone who pretends that they got it the second they were told it the first time is lying. Because anything that is different to us, it takes a little bit to process. Some people it was quick and some people it was never. But it takes a bit. And so I try to be as patient with people as possible. But I will say, the person who asked that question, thank you for being an adult about it. And thank you for admitting you don't understand it. And I hope that this response helps you get that response from someone who knows a little bit more about it than the three of us do. So.
Oh, I've got to see this.
Make that pistol pop.
All right, you guys have been fantastic. My name is Brett Druck. Thank you.
I will be back momentarily, comrades. Thank you.
make it pop, make that pistol pop.
All right, you guys have been fantastic. My name is Brett Druck. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, Steve Hofstetter.
I must admit, that is a rather lovely dress. I think I would look good in that dress. I usually wear A-line or Empire. Plus, I love scare dresses and scare skirts. They usually sit slightly above the knee or slightly below the knee. I used to wear ones that were quite high above the knee. I've still got one of them. I love it. It is very Halloween themed. Oh, I might wear it during Halloween later this year. It is gorgeous. I got it from EMP. Check out EMP for all your band merch.
Well, does anyone else feel a draft? I think it's amazing that Bill Lee finds this sexual. I guess that's what he's into, but I've actually, this is definitely a departure for me. I've worn a dress once before in my life. It was for a costume in high school, just like Bill Lee did. Fucking hypocrite. And I decided to do this today just as an act of solidarity. There's nothing more to it than that. I guess my new Tennessee drag persona is born. I'm gonna go by misdemeanor. Because I'm not making fun of men, I'm making fun of cavemen. There's a difference. Every one of us is born a caveman, but we have the opportunity to evolve, stand upright, take our knuckles off the ground. And not every guy does. Some of them end up being governor. Cavemen are terrified by the idea of a gender-neutral bathroom. That scares them for some reason. Real men support them, partially because we are compassionate to our fellow human beings, and partially because we see an opportunity to no longer have to use a men's room. Have you been? It's the worst room. Of all the rooms, the men's room is the worst room. There's just a trough on the wall. We're supposed to be okay with that. Like, oh, guess I'm a horse today. Like, no, it's not humane. The last time they updated a men's room was the day they brought them indoors. That was the last piece of technology, and it was a ceiling. But some women's rooms are so nice. Some of them have music and couches. You can't put a couch in a men's room. That'll get peed on immediately. I bet some fancy casino tried to put a couch in the men's room. First guy in was like, weird looking urinal cake, but let's do this. And the stalls never go all the way up. Why don't the stalls ever go all the way up? Why is that the fashion of making stalls that give us a little bit of privacy, but not enough for it to actually be private? I'm 6'4", and stalls, they are not. My eyes are here, stall ends here. Every time I walk into a men's room, I look like the neighbor from Home Improvement. Like, why? Heidi-ho, neighbor, what you working on? Like, it's not, why do they do that to us? Every time I walk into a men's room, I have to apologize, be like, hey man, I don't want to see this either, but they didn't finish building the stall. Why the fuck don't they finish building the stall? They should finish build the stall, build the stall, build the stall. That's right, we're gonna get the women's room to pay for it. They can afford it, they got couch money. And residual income from those tampon machines.
I love that we can point out all the hypocrisy especially with bathroom facilities or restrooms, whatever you want to call them. I have been in men's rooms and a couple of times in my life because the women's bathroom or the ladies' bathroom has been getting updated, refreshed, things like that, because us all women, have been moaning to them. And I think my theory is, I don't have any receipts for this, it's just my theory. They got fed up with us saying, can you please make our bathrooms a little bit nicer? Thank you. Maybe a full-length mirror would be a good idea. Better sinks. Like a hand gel or soap. That would be lovely. I have been in a few nightclubs that have had couches. They are lovely. The worst thing I have seen on them was my best friend drunk, not passed out, but drunk, lying on the sofa because she twisted her ankle on the dance floor. Told you not to wear those heels. Seriously, you can't go into a mosh pit or start a mosh pit of one like I usually do or usually did back in the day. I can't go into mosh pits anymore, trust me. But having lovelier facilities is always good. If you can keep the female clientele happy, you'll get better business, especially here in Scotland. Trust me, it's called a cludgy because it was outside. It was literally outside. You had to leave the premises, for men especially, and to a certain extent women for a good few decades, until they brought the women's inside. They were smaller, but they were better maintained essentially. But poor men, up until about the 1960s or 1980s in some instances here in the UK, they had to go outside, leave the establishment, go out to this with either one or two stalls and like 3 urinals. Or the trough thing. Ooh. Yeah, grim. I feel for you, I really do. That is no way to go outside to relieve yourself. It isn't. Bring them indoors. And yeah, I haven't actually been in the horrific ones. A few of my comrades, a few of my friends here in Glasgow and up in Perth as well, and Aberdeen and over in Edinburgh, have shown me, have sent me pictures from their smartphones from some of the worst men's bathrooms across establishments, hotels, bars, lounges, nightclubs, or the local pub. Seriously, some of them look fucking horrific. Seriously, get that fucking sorted. We have stopped pestering you, but now you're going to get pestered by men. Haven't you used dilapidated and sometimes downright despicable looking bathrooms? Seriously, don't do that. If you can afford to upgrade the women's bathrooms and facilities, upgrade the men's as well. I'm lucky I've got a get out close. I can use the disabled toilet. So I don't need to navigate seriously scary looking bastard stairs. Especially spiral ones. No. I've already broken my foot 4 times on spiral stairs in my life. I really don't want to deal with that. And the last 2, I was wearing flat shoes. I wasn't wearing heels. Must admit, shouldn't have been wearing heels in the first place. But I like fuck it. I do miss wearing heels actually. But it's probably saving me a lot of pain and anguish later on.
Gotta be honest. Little worried about doing a build the wall joke in Southern Tennessee. I gotta be honest. But then I thought about, like, if any state ever needed a wall along its southern border, it's actually Kentucky and North Carolina. But my point is, but people like Boebert are always so scared they're going to turn gay or turn trans, like that's possible. You're born that way or you're not. It's as simple as that. It just takes some people longer to figure it out than others. And I posted about this, and a guy replied and said, well, what if I read a book with a gay character? And I said, well, you could have ended that sentence at the word book. That's the word doing all the heavy lifting. What if I read a book with a gay character? Well, then you'll learn that author's interpretation of that character. You don't transform it or whatever you read. I read Little Women. I wasn't like, oh no. Suddenly I'm 5'2" and I'm bleeding. What the fuck is this book? I gotta be honest, that joke hits different in a dress, but
I guess it would. Oh, Gemma, if you're still here, I have lost an inch. I used to be 5'8". I am now 5'7". So now I'm the shortest in my family. Me, my mum, myself, my mum, and my two sisters. My niece is the same height as Super Happy. They are 5'10". Super Happy's 5'9.5", roughly. So my lovely niece, or niblet. I like the word niece. I do like niblet. I think I will call them niece because they are my niece. She's 5'10". They are 5'10". Sorry. They are 5'10". My posture's been compromised from day one. They didn't actually diagnose my spinal issue until I was 28. Well, no, I was longer than that. Fuck, I was 33. They diagnosed my spinal issue. It's not scoliosis, it's something different. The actual spinal column is getting worn away. The bone part, the osteo part of it is getting worn away by my autoimmune disease and EDS. So the connective tissues, essentially. Oh, no. Yeah. Oh, I thought it was going to be a steep decline, like a nosedive. It's not. It's kind of just gradually going down. I don't know what would be worse, actually. In some ways, I wish it was sudden, but in a way, I'm kind of blessed that it's kind of gradual. At some point in my 50s, currently 46, somewhere in my 50s, I might, between now and my mid to late 50s, I'll probably lose another inch, which would make me one of the shortest female members in my family, on mum's side at least. My dad, my biological dad, when he was alive, he's the same height as Steve. He was 6'4". So he was kind of big and lanky. I was the tallest out of me and my two sisters, but now I am the same height as my middle sister, so the next one down. Eldest, middle sister, eldest. So I'm the same height as her. Well, when she's going through things that I don't want to see. So I'm the same height as her now. I'll gradually get worse. You might notice my posture. I might need to check my posture every so often, so you'll see me stretch out, sit up, shoulders back, chest out, stand up straight, that kind of nonsense. To a certain extent, it does work, kind of. But I'm still going to gradually go down, decline, essentially. Good care though, good care. Plus, I've got the support network. My mum and my two sisters, my niece, and the 3 doctors I see. I see rheumatologist, hematologist because of blood clots, and my actual GP. Dr. Verma, praise be him, is awesome. I love him. I can never misgender him. He is him. And he's rheumatology and autoimmune disease specialist, still a GP, but that's what he specialises in for the practice. The other permanent member, Dr. McHugh, he is men's health, heart disease, cardiovascular system. I think that's his speciality. Dr. Campbell, who's now retired, she was gynecology and obstetrics, so women health, essentially. Dr. Campbell was amazing. I love her. She needed to retire, and just now, it just came back to me. She was a GP for 42 years. Dear God, that is some time. Because as a GP, she paid into the practice. You have to buy in to become a member of the practice, and she was one. Not the early start of the practice that I'm a member of, I'm a patient of. She was a little bit later, but she was one of the main contributing doctors. So she applies for grants, she applies for funding to fund the practice when she was still practicing. Obviously, she's still a doctor, she can still help people. But she's not a member of the practice anymore. Dr. Verma bought her out and he paid in. The practice system here is a little bit better rather than down in England. Sorry, my English comrades. I think you've got the same model, Gemma. At least you've got a steady safety net, I guess, in your health system, I think. From what I've got from my brother-in-law, Super Hubby's younger brother, he's the same age as me. He talks to his sister, Super Hubby's older sister, the firstborn. She's a teacher. Oh my God, she might not be anymore. She's 63. Holy fuck, she's 63 in a month. Fuck. Redacted name. So, I really keep on meaning to say to my brother-in-law, can you send your sister my details? Oh, she's also a chemist, by the way.
They say things like, oh, I just want to go back to a simpler time, when men were men and women were women. Whenever I hear that, I say, tell me the year. When the fuck are you talking about? Because we're American. Our founding fathers wore wigs, high heels, and dresses. Yeah.
Yes, they did.
That was revolutionary drag. That's what that was. Yeah, that was RuPaul Revere. They say that it's sexualized. Was anyone turned on tonight? Liar. I don't mean during Brett's set. I meant during mine.
I mean, if you hadn't picked such a slutty dress.
But that's the thing. Like, it doesn't say, like, look, if they want to outlaw, if they're like, oh, well, kids can't see anything sexual. Well, goodbye Halloween.
Mm-hmm.
Like, people are into a lot of shit sexually that is not banned. Feet. There are people who have foot fetishes. Do you have no more sandals? No more sandals in front of. Oh my God, is that where no shirt, no shoes, no service came from? What do you got? Am I enjoying the airflow? Let me tell you, no.
So semi-safety net, essentially. I keep on saying to lots of people across the globe, especially lovely Americans, I keep on advocating for American NHS now. Will it happen? You have a better chance. Your Green Party down there actually want to do something that's similar to us. Or at least take away the scalping element of it, which seems absolutely fucked. I'm lucky, NHS. Plus, my further education was funded through grants, and I applied to funds to show what I was doing, what I was researching, what I was studying, and I got funding for my degree. Rejoice. To get funding to do my PhD, though, I have to sell my soul either to the Scottish, British, or God save me, to a pharma company. That one's never going to happen. I'm all for public medicine, especially where viruses and parasites are concerned. That was my area of study. So, no, I'm not selling my soul, fuck off. I'd rather get funding from either Scottish Executive or Westminster. But when I applied back in the day, 21 years ago, I couldn't get it. And if they had funded me, I would have been part of the COVID trials, which were happening 4 or 5 years ago, or 6 years now, 2019. We were already studying coronaviruses, not just COVID, other ones as well. That's why the vaccine got ramped up so quickly, because lots of Western nations were actually doing funding into this. They had been for years, especially South Korea, Japan, China as well, India. They were all doing research into coronaviruses because they're prevalent. They happen more often over there. Now, if they'd funded me then, back then, 21 years ago, I might have actually got my PhD that I wanted, so I could actually study viruses and help progress the field. But no, they weren't funding it back then. Yeah, you did. Yeah, I've read all the papers about that one, Gemma. I used part of their research into my dissertation. My main focus was on how colonialism and imperialism made it worse in all of our colonies for 4 or 5 different nations. I dipped a toe into Australia. I was concentrating on the European empires, essentially, so us, France, Germany, Spain, Portugal, Dutch, the Netherlands, when empire ruled the waves. Have we really left the imperial? I don't think we have. And I can map it through. I was missing parts of my dissertation because of Operation Legacy. If we want, I can show you something from Aaron Vistani from fucking years ago. about Operation Legacy after Steve Foster. Thank you, British government or British state, for burning or destroying all the information I fucking needed for my dissertation. Bastards. So I didn't have the full information because it didn't fucking exist anymore. It did exist, but it got destroyed. Fuck, imperialism sucks. Blech.
I'm also very much not enjoying the lack of pockets. That's another thing.
Whoa. You know what? I should, instead of selling hats, I should just sell pockets.
Just pockets with a paper clip with them. Just... What am I wearing under the skirt? Underwear. I'm not free balling on this. I understand how high this stage is. I respect the front row, okay? I'm wearing the same thing I would wear underneath jeans to show people that this isn't fucking that different. Like, literally, it's just a different outer garment, and that's it. It didn't change who I am. It didn't change my act. It was just a dress. That's all it was.
It is a dress. I want to look. 6'4", broad, muscled. I'll use UT sizing for this one. He's probably wearing a size 22, maybe a size 20. Men's hips are not as broad as ours because women have to birth new human. Our hips, our pelvis area is wider to capacitate child. Men's styling is slimmer. It gets cut differently, let's put it that way. Or stitched differently. Because men are more muscle mass than women. Don't get me wrong, women still have muscle mass in different areas than men do. Most of our muscle mass is below the waist, so our thighs, our calves, across our hips, our lower stomach, because we birth new human. Obviously, because I've been on hormones since I was 16, when I got diagnosed with things. The progesterone and estrogen help build up our lower body mass and build up these because we feed new human. Those get produced when you're going through pregnancy. So we have different muscle mass than men. We've got lower upper body mass, except for these, but greater lower body mass for biological reasons. I used to call them thunder thighs. They have actually decreased over the years. I do still try to build up my thigh and calf muscles, and to a certain extent tone up my lower abdomen, so in this area below the rib cage and between the rib cage and the hips. I might need to lose a little bit more weight. Oh, rejoice! I'm down to 95 kilos. Aha! The lowest I've ever been is 87 kilos, and that was fucking decades ago. But you do put on more fat the older you get, because we're not birthing human, we are sustaining ourselves essentially after a certain age. Depends when you're close to the menopause. Different for everyone.
Just an unnecessarily expensive dress.
I'm wearing a dress under my pants. And it's very slutty.
Show us. No, kidding. All right, what else? Do we have any other live ones? What do you got here?
Would you ever do full drag just to say fuck you to everybody?
Would ever do full drag to say fuck you to everybody? How dare you say that this is not full drag? I'm a beautiful flower, which is why I wore them.
I mean, the amount of time it took him to get his makeup right tonight.
I guess this is my look when I'm misdemeanor, and if I go all the way, then I'm felony. So, it's when you wear a short one that you can see.
Yeah. Also, didn't you notice he lip-synced his whole act tonight? That was all on the track.
Yeah, that whole 45 minutes was actually Madonna.
All right, let's take some text questions. What do we got, John?
Okay, here's what we got. Well, the first one. Did you say where you got your dress already? Because
no, I did not.
Okay, because the first question is, I love the dress. Where did you get it?
I got it at this little mom and pop boutique called Macy's, and yeah. If you do love the dress, by the way, after this show, I will actually be auctioning off this dress where 100% of the money will go to charities that support LGBTQ youth. So, if you like that dress so much, put your money where your mouth is. Let's do this. I'm not going to auction it live right now. I mean, it'll be online later. That would be a weird way to end the show.
Also, I just noticed how big the zipper mechanism is on the back of that thing. It's like a dog tag. It's huge.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? I didn't show it all off. Here.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, girl. Yes.
Wow.
Did I do
It's
that
tough
right?
to turn around with the mic. Women have it much more difficult than we do.
Ooh. Happy birthday, Mr. President.
Very glad there's not an air vent on stage. And so are they.
What advice would you give to Northerners that now live in southern states?
Bring someone with you next time you vote. Bring 2 people with you next time you vote. You'll start to change shit. Also, it depends on what part of the North, because rural Pennsylvania is the same as Tennessee. Just a heads up. It's not like Mason-Dixon. That's not the division at all. I want to close with something a little serious here. When I got the idea to do this, I didn't really think about what goes into it. I was like, hey, I'm going to do the show in drag. Fuck it. I'm going to show support. And then I was like, let me go to the mall and buy a dress. And I never thought how difficult that is. Because I'm going and I pick a dress, and then I have to find somewhere to try it on. And I was in a big city, and yet there were dressing rooms for men and women, and that's it. And I was worried, not just I felt a little uncomfortable, but I didn't want to make other people feel uncomfortable. And I truly didn't know where to go. And it hit me, holy shit, I'm doing this as a one-off thing one time in my life. And yet the people who actually do this have to go through that and have to feel like they don't fit in, like they might make someone else feel uncomfortable. And I cannot imagine going through life like that. I want to make it clear that I didn't do anything today. I really appreciated that you guys cheered when I came out, but this wasn't anything. This was just, I just put a dress on. It's the same thing that people have been doing for eons. I did it just to show support, and that's it. I'm not going to change the world. Hell, I'm not even going to change the law. I wish I could, but I can't. But all of us together can tell people that this law is bullshit. All of us together can tell people that it's oppressive, that it is bigotry, and that is not something we will stand for. And that is why I put this dress on today, and I appreciate you guys for being supportive. Thanks for following me on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and now the Twitter sucks, Mastodon. I am touring all over the place. If you want to see if I'm coming to a city near you, check out stevehofstetter.com.
And of course, watch videos like this before anybody else. Patreon.com/Steve Hofstetter.
Am I understanding your racist point? Okay, just making sure.
I was doing a joke about having an adopted black sister, and part of the bit is that it's obvious that we're not biologically related. And because I'm Jewish, this guy chimed in with the following.
You said also what? The Judaism. Also the Judaism. Why? Are there no black Jews? No? Some. Yeah, so that wasn't the... Thank you for correcting me. I appreciate it. As someone who is in a family that has a black Jew in my family, I've been around this a little more than you have, possibly. There are black Jewish people. There's a Jewish community in Ethiopia. Do you think it's white? Probably. Yeah, just a whole bunch of white people living in the middle of Ethiopia, being Jewish. Yeah. Sammy Davis Jr. Yeah, okay, cool. So even you knew one. You just interrupted yourself along with me. Cool, okay. If anybody has any ideas for my jokes, you can just tell me after the show, or alternatively, don't. It's fine.
Hold on, let me ask the 3 black people in the front row. Oh no, Anger 5, awesome. You guys are looking around being like, no, there are like 4 others here. Do they make you all sit together? Is it looks like we have more. Okay. And put you in the back, right? Fucking move on. Indiana has had some fucking history behind it. Indianapolis was the home of the KKK for a while.
Seriously, the way he deals with some of these people, class. I like to think that Steve is a leftist of some description. I like to think that, especially when he stands up for other communities, especially the trans and LGBTQ communities. The way he stands up for disabled people. The way he stands up for poor, working class people. Really do appreciate it. Plus he's funny as hell. Always good. We're meant to punch up. Don't punch down. Punching down is wrong. Well, at least in my opinion.
Pretend that she meant was, yay, you're not there anymore. That's what she meant.
Ooh. I like that. That is good. Like I keep on saying, I'm just a basic bitch. I'm just a Marxist. Because I love Big Daddy Carl. He's amazing. Don't get me wrong. I do appreciate some of the interpretations and policies that some anarchists have done, Gemma. I do. I love some of them. Some of them are amazing. Plus, I've got my lovely Kai, proudly radical. Sorry, Kai. Got my mouth full for Scottish people who are rolling their R's. I might need to introduce you to Frankie Boyle. He's a Marxist, like me. You ever think Frankie Boyle's Scottish or something? Plus, he stands up for the disabled and LGBTQ communities. He is good. He punches up. Trying to get a ticket for Frankie Boyle though. Fucking hell. You are. Nice one. Fucking amazing. Very beast. I love Frankie so much. But when he comes back home, trying to get a ticket to one of his gigs, holy fuck. I can save up for it. But will I stand a chance to get him a ticket? Well, I fuck. We all love Frankie. He is amazing. His tickets usually sell it like that. I will keep on trying because I'm persistent. At some point before I croak it, I will see Frankie live.
And they show us their membership cards to the KKK. Do you know there were membership cards? I didn't know there were membership cards. Your great-great-granddaddy was in it? That's not something to tell people. You came from Alabama to Indiana for the gold rush? I don't know. Just pretend. You don't have to tell. You don't have to be like, by the way, my great-grandfather would burn black.
He's kind of put the brakes on a little bit now, or maybe a medium bit. Not fully slammed on the brakes. He's reduced it a little bit. I think he might still have his podcast, I believe. I think. Plus, he usually turns up on social media every now and again. Obviously, he's got his family to deal with. He's got children, got a wife, household to take care of, things like that. Plus, he still does do tours. Other than myself and my niece and both my nephews are younger, they're still teenagers. Just younger. Me and my niece are the only people that haven't seen the Big Game Live, and we keep on just going to my mum and my two sisters who have seen Billy Connolly live, and we just go bleh. My younger sister got her ticket gifted to her as a birthday present by her bestie, by her best friend. My middle sister got it as a bonus when she was working for a union fucking years ago. Oh, we're all over 40, by the way. 46. My middle sister is less than 2 years younger than me. My younger sister is 4 years younger than me. So we're all over 40s. I'm the only one, the oldest, who hasn't seen either Billy Connolly or Frankie Boyle or Kevin Bridges live. Oh my god. Is Kevin Bridges a socialist? I think he might be. He is also a based Celtic individual. Much praise and supports independence. Thank you, Kevin. Much appreciated. Oh, God. Having you in the chat just reminded me of someone. Kevin Bloody Wilson. Is he still going? Actually, he's not what fucking age he is now. I remember watching him when I was a fucking teenager, for crying out loud. That's the best part of 30 fucking years ago. I think the first thing I saw of Kevin Bloody Wilson was when I was 18. 28 years ago. Holy fuck. Oh, I'm so old.
People, nice to meet you. You don't have to tell people that. It is weird, but that's your story. You can write a different one. You can be like, my great grandfather was a silk trader from the Orient. He didn't know what it was in the first place. Oh, that's worse. It's worse because racist isn't hereditary, but stupid is.
Do we have any other Jews here?
He's got a big nose, he's Jew.
No, that's not how it works. You said that, you're a dick. That's how it works. You said he's got a big nose, he's a Jew. You're a bad person. Like inside you might think you're okay and you're kidding. No, you're evil. You're a bad person. Like later in life, when you have a family and you have kids and a wife, and she's like, I love you, you should be like, you shouldn't, I'm a terrible person. There was this one...
I kind of suspected that. He must be in his 60s by now, maybe his 70s. Oh, I've forgotten. Oh. What the fuck? 78? He's nearly 80. What the hell? So really getting up there in age. Good for him for getting, good for him getting up to 78. Maybe a good few years left in him. Who knows? Please educate us. Lovely story girl. What is a bogan? And what is a cuckoo? I like to, if I've got this right, I like, oh. Yes, so I would have seen him when he's in his late 40s for the first time. So I'd seen him when he was like late 40s to probably early 60s, kind of. So that would have been, yeah, about 20-ish years ago. 18 or something? 18 or 19 years ago.
Point where there was a Jewish guy on stage who came in to entertain us, who flew in from Los Angeles to entertain us, and I said in front of him, that guy's got a big nose, he's a Jew, and she was like, I want a divorce, you're fucking terrible. That's what.
Sorry, Mum. Sorry. And no slight to the communities I'm about to mention. My mum has a big nose. She's not Jewish. She is Scottish, but she's got a kind of bigger nose than us, and it's kind of misshapen, kind of bent. A little bit. Ah! Thank you, Gemma. Much appreciated. There's a streamer called Cook or something. Christ, I can't remember. Helena sent us over there sometimes. I do remember some of his streams. I do. I can't remember what his full stream title's called though. Thank you. Much appreciated.
What will happen later in your life. Best of luck to you. Anyway, so...
I'm Irish Catholic.
Okay.
My daughter just married a Jewish boy.
Yes.
What should I expect?
What should you do? Here's what you should do. Love your daughter, you monster. Who the fuck cares? I'm sorry, is the Pope mad? Why? Tell him to get the fuck over it. He's a progressive Pope. He can handle it. So wait. So what's the part? Is he a good kid? What? Love him. Great kid. Okay. So here's what you should do. Learn to not ask questions like that. What a great pairing, by the way.
Because, like, we're known for potato latkes, and you guys had a potato famine, and so you can come together. And they'd be like, here, wait, you said very racist? Why is it racist to say that Ireland had a potato famine? Do you not like history? Do you not know the definition of racism? I wasn't like, Ireland had a potato famine, and they deserved it. Like, that would be racist. Those motherfuckers.
That was literally the stance of the British. But my government back in the day, in the 1800s. It's because they breed too much. And they're Catholic, we can't trust them, they're not Protestant enough. Fuck off. As you can tell, I've got major problems with the British Empire. Oh, I am Scottish. I got colonised. We have now become more cohesive because they got expelled. Think, right, they fucking done this to us. Let's join. Let's make this nation better. And it actually has started to work, which is good. To a certain extent. Scotland went through a potato famine just as bad as Ireland, by the way. That's why lots of Scottish people ended up in the United States and Canada. Canada had it worse because the British Empire didn't support them. They actually brutalised them, denied them the aid, robbed them of all their food sources. Thank you, British Empire. You done glorious work to all of the nations you ruled under. You ruled over. If I could, I would dismantle the British state. Honestly, it's not doing well for us. I am but one lowly woman, one lowly Scottish Marxist in the world. I'm trying. I'm spreading the good word.
That'd be racist. I'm literally encouraging different cultures to get along. You're like, you're racist?
Oh, is that how they make them in Japan? Is that... No, hold on a second. Let me concentrate on this for a moment. You can finish your question in a second. Did you say that in case you were like, well, my friend's from Japan, but she moved there from Africa? Or did you say that even though I can see her and clearly not? Or did you say that just being like, I don't know if he knows this, but Japanese people are also Asian. It can be confusing because those are both names of places, but Asia is actually located inside of Japan. So yes, your Asian friend from Asia. What is your question? So you're from Japan? You were born and raised in Japan?
Washington State.
You're from Washington State. You racist motherfucker! Your name is Ty. Like your first name is the word Ty? Oh, it's your nickname. Is that just because of your racist friends? My nickname is Ty. They call me Thai Chinese Asian Girl. That's what they call me. This was in Sydney, Australia. I was doing a bit about my sister Sharon, who was adopted and black. One woman couldn't believe that Sharon could possibly be Jewish. Sharon and I had to sharpen each other because sometimes people are dumb, sometimes people are ignorant. We were in a synagogue when we were kids, and I know I'm not... Yes, synagogue, it's a place that Jewish people go to. Oh, right, Australia. Jewish people are a thing that, sometimes you guys import them to entertain you, and... Later, I was talking about my other sister Miriam, and how she danced strangely. What? Was she white? Yes. They have different names. That's how you keep track of them. Here's another question. How would that have changed the story?
could have? No, I'd like you to explain how it would have changed the story for you. Because this might just be conjecture, but were you making a joke about how white people dance differently than black people? Was that where you were trying to get at? Am I understanding your racist point? Okay, just making sure. I just encourage you, if you're gonna interrupt, at least fucking think it through. So, my point is that sometimes you have to have a sense of humor to deal with ignorance, and
Okay, sir, I know you just said coon hunting, and it's, in this day and age, you might want to say raccoon, just to avoid any sort of conflict you might want to accidentally. I'm glad you guys got it as soon as I did, and I'm glad you guys are laughing, because otherwise, they would not be allowed to laugh. I'm glad the segregated black table that isn't sitting with the white people is laughing. Because otherwise they would have the white middle class guilt that we can't laugh. It's not, we can't. If we laugh, then it's our fault.
Okay, I have a question.
You didn't ask it.
Are you really Jewish?
Am I really Jewish? Are you really black? What are you talking about? Yes.
That would be yes. Okay.
That would be yes. Yeah, me too. What a coincidence. I don't know about you. I don't look like a typical. You don't look like a typical black person. How do you? That's a lie. So is what you said. So I don't look like a typical Jewish person that you have stereotyped in your fucking head. You're like, you don't look very short and lawyery. I don't understand. I really expected your nose to be bigger and you to walk in controlling Hollywood. I don't know what this is. Why aren't you eating a bagel while you're on stage? I don't understand. You should really be drinking the blood of Christian babies. I mean, why isn't this happening?
I will just read this out. Thank you, Gemma. Bogan is a slang term in Australia and New Zealand that describes a person with characteristics considered unrefined or unsophisticated. Ned. It can refer to someone's clothing, speech, behaviour, or attitudes. The term is sometimes used pejoratively, but can also be used humorously or even with a degree of pride. Yeah, people do take pride in being called a Ned or a numpty. Each to their own, of course. Thank you, Gemma. Oh, the Nate the Mighty. Please fire now and spell back at ice. Three enticing options to read.
I really had this whole image in my mind that you've totally blown. Also, yes, I'm Jewish, because how big of a dick would I have to be to write those jokes? To just come on stage and be like, here are all the jokes about being an oppressed minority that I'm really not one. I actually grew up in a Catholic suburb of New York. It's called New Jersey. And I am Jewish. I'm from New York. Everything I said on stage today was
I've just never seen a redheaded Jew.
Never seen a redheaded Jew.
I live in San Diego.
I've never seen a black girl sitting in that seat right there.
I think it's amazing what people try to blame on Jewish people. Like Vladimir Putin said that Jews fixed the election for Trump. And a whole bunch of people on Twitter were like, yeah, that's what happened. Jews fixed the election for Trump. For Trump? Are you fucking stupid? Jews fixed the election for Trump. For Trump. Not Bernie, but Trump. Really. Not the one time we've ever had a shot at the presidency, we fixed it for the other guy. Are you fucking kidding me? The only way I would believe that Jews fixed the... Fuck off! Okay. I am in the middle
middle of a thought. Let me finish my fucking thought. Like I said, I didn't buy a ticket to see you. Okay, so. But let's explore your point. What was it that you thought was so important? What do you say? What?
I couldn't see her leave because she was sitting in the darkness, so it took me a second to figure out what was going on.
She left. She was straight up offended that I was making fun of Nazis. That is amazing. Oh man, I liked it better when they wore pillowcases. Maybe was she mad that I like yelled at her to stop interrupting?
You told her to fuck off.
I told her to fuck off, and she was like, "Oh, good idea." I haven't thought of that as an option.
I already did.
That was actually the easiest like heckle stop that's ever happened. I was like, "Fuck off." She's like, "Okay," and just left. I gotta be more direct more often.
Powerful dude.
I've never had anybody like leave during the Nazi pit. I'm surprised I didn't see her leave. I would have thought I would have heard the boots.
Hey, this is Steve Hofstetter. You can tell because I'm in front of the sign. I wanted to thank you for subscribing, whether it's on YouTube, Instagram, or Facebook. We're in a very different time right now than we were when I recorded this video. You can tell because I have a special COVID haircut. This is the haircut of a person who lives alone. I'm still going to thank you for supporting my Patreon. It's part of how I'm able to make a living right now. Patreon.com/Steve Hofstetter, by the way. But I'm not going to plug any upcoming tour dates because I don't know when I'm going to be able to tour again. But meanwhile, I'm still producing a ton of content. I'm live streaming 5 days a week, co-hosting the Social Distancing Social Club. We have celebrity guests, live stand-up comedians, and it's free on my YouTube and my Facebook. And if you want to watch more traditional stand-up, I helped start the Nowhere Comedy Club. The Nowhere Comedy Club features ticketed shows, full headliner sets, laughter the comedians can hear, VIP meet and greets so you can talk to your favorite comedians, and actual bouncers to make sure the show goes well. I perform full sets there regularly, and I host a weekly Q&A show with Daniel Muggleton. If you want to get tickets to my full set or any of the other comedians that we have, go to nowherecomedyclub.com. And if you can't afford a ticket, don't worry about it, we've got you covered. A lot of people are suffering right now. So we have a program where people who can afford to buy tickets can buy one for someone who can't afford one. If you're an essential worker or you've lost work due to COVID, we want to take care of your ticket. Email fund@nowherecomedyclub.com and we will hook you up with tickets to a show. Meanwhile, I have enough in my archives that I'm releasing 5 new videos every week. Thanks for watching. Say goodbye, Milton.
They really do want to rewrite our national stories. We really are at risk of a kind of know-nothing cancel culture iconoclasm. And so we conservatives will defend our history and cultural inheritance. To edit it now is as dishonest as a celebrity trying furtively to change his entry in Wikipedia. And it's a betrayal of our children's education.
Britain's Conservatives are obsessed with the idea that we should never erase our history.
There is a cancer in our education establishment.
Attempting to change the history of this country, attempting to airbrush out the people they don't like from the history of this country.
The idea that modern-day Oxford University is in any way racist or oppressive is nonsense.
Why do you stay in this country? If you take such offence when you see Nelson's column, if you take such offence when you hear Winston Churchill's name...
It feels sort of like, with just one Sikh soldier there, you start going, oh, did the Sikh soldiers serve with the English soldiers? I'm not a historian, so I don't know.
This whining isn't new, but after a statue-toppling spree last year, starting with Edward Colston's statue in Bristol, the whinging has reached a fever pitch.
This kind of behaviour is a step on the road that leads to the, to mob rule, to the tumbrils, to the guillotine.
This is about our...
Please kneel over. Piss off. Okay, we get it. You're an academic. But your takes, really? No. Fuck off. He does. He does. Another person I need to rescind their Scottish identity from. I wouldn't do that, even if I had the power to do it. I wouldn't do it. I would just sideline them, essentially. You don't need to listen to this person. I try to be kind of forgiving, really. But if you've been egregious, oh look, someone or two people who have been egregious, Julie Hartley Brewer and oh god, I've forgotten his fucking name. This one. He has. I have read one of his books. He's good at doing history. I'll give him that. Leave social policy, dude. It's not your area of expertise. I can comment on it because I live in the UK. I go through this. I see what's happening to my country, to my planet. My planet. Aha. I am here to stop that. Stick to your wheelhouse, please. Wheel. Thank you.
Our cultural heritage being under threat.
These are our great British values, so what are we going to strip away our great British values?
These people, be clear, want to destroy our country.
In Britain, this has caused outrage on the right. Sure, these were awful people, they insinuate, though they never actually say that, but they were products of a different time. We shouldn't be erasing the past and bringing down statues and forgetting our history. Well, that just isn't British. But what if forgetting history was a central part of British identity? What if erasing the historical record wasn't just encouraged, but a matter of national policy and the basis of a decades-long clandestine operation to whitewash colonial misdeeds? Well, it turns out that it was, and its name, Operation Legacy. In the aftermath of the Second World War, it was quickly apparent that Britain's empire was falling apart. This came as something of a shock. After all, as recently as 1939, it had arguably been the most powerful empire in history, exercising control over a quarter of the world's population.
I have paused it here for reasons. Just look at that. At one point, like, there's Canada, still in the Commonwealth. There's America. We started that, by the way. And all across these nations, in Africa, in Asia, and Southeast Asia, I lost access to thousands of documentation about what was actually happening when we were the colonial benefactors, if you want to know. I didn't have all the information, which sucked. I went to my main professor when I started back 21 years ago, and I said to him, is there anywhere I can get these documents, this information? I've been a professor and I've been a lecturer for 20 years. And when I got back to him to actually finish my dissertation, he'd been a professor for 36. Good luck. Well, you won't find it. That's how I found this video. Oh, Christ. don't get me wrong, this was our colonial holdings, but we had other holdings across the globe, especially in parts of China and parts of South America and in Central America with cooperation from America. Think of that what you will. I've got my own opinion. Let's brutalise this country with our over imperialistic power. Yeah. So across lots of parts of Africa, Middle East or Western Asia, I still can't decide. I keep on changing between the two of them. I'll say Western Asia tonight. Now this morning it's 10:05. Oh my god. Fiery yellow orb has risen here in Glasgow. I couldn't find the information. Like I said to you earlier, Gemma, I did try to get all the information from Australia, but when you changed over your government back then, when the crossover was happening, I couldn't get access to it, unfortunately. There was partners who are in universities in Australia trying to find me the information I was wanting. They wanted me to do this dissertation with as much information as I could get, and they struggled. We got this, I got this one, yeah, I got it from University of Oxford. What about this one? Yeah, I got that from Glasgow and Strathclyde. Anything else? I've got this little bit here. So I've got a small amount of information from Australia and New Zealand.
Rallying the country in 1940, Churchill still talked of an empire lasting 1,000 years.
That if the British Empire and its Commonwealth last for 1,000 years, men will still say this was their finest hour.
And yet, by 1947, the previously unthinkable happened as India gained independence. A year later, British troops pulled out of Palestine, and the manner of both withdrawals created scars which remain with us today, the standoff between India and Pakistan being one, and the Israel-Palestine conflict being another. A hallmark of such retreat was the destruction of official records. During the partition of India in 1947, one administrator observed how the press greatly enjoyed themselves with the pool of smoke which hung over Delhi during the mass destruction of documents by the British. And after the withdrawal from Palestine was announced, a correspondent in Jerusalem wrote how the burning of files is progressing satisfactorily. The fact such seemingly un-British behaviour was recorded by the press was a cause for embarrassment. So, by the early 1950s, as it became obvious that the whole empire would eventually go, these efforts became a coordinated secret programme to eliminate all evidence of British wrongdoing. This was the genesis of Operation Legacy, so called to protect the legacy of Britain after the loss of its empire, its aim being to maintain the charade that Britain was somehow different and more progressive than other colonial powers, a myth fundamental to our national identity even today.
The British put in a system that actually brought about education, that actually brought about partial emancipation of women, that actually brought about democracy.
Bollocks. Some of the most destructive laws in our former colonial holdings, or part of our empire, are still using those laws that we implemented back in the fucking 1800s. God, I hate these people. They have every right to live. I just don't want them to have a social platform. We are moving on from your mindset. We are. Trust me on this. There are lots of us. I'm sure there's lots of us. Is lot a heavy word in this description? I hope it is. There are lots of us who disagree with you, and there are a good few of us who disagree with you on a fundamental level. People like myself. So, if they try to challenge us, we know all of the history between us collectively, I know the medical side, the health side of it. Even though you destroyed half the fucking documents, I try to educate people as much as I can, even though I don't have the fucking information.
It's time to stop seeing empire as a dirty word.
One example of how pervasive that myth is can be found in the Home Office Guide for the UK Citizenship Test. It tells us there was, for the most part, an orderly transition from empire to Commonwealth, with countries being granted their independence. And such a convenient, comforting myth is based precisely on what the right claim they dislike: the erasure of history.
The woke religion.
Rewriting history.
Judge history in whichever way it chooses to.
Changing school curriculums.
Wipe out any vestiges that there were bad people.
It's the erasing of history.
If you start to try and delete individual little parts of history, you finish up with literally nothing left.
How extensive was Operation Legacy, and what kind of documents did it destroy? Well, we have something of an answer as a result of an instruction from Ian MacLeod, then Colonial Secretary, in 1961. He wrote that post-independence nations should not be handed material that might embarrass Her Majesty's government, embarrass members of the police, military forces, public servants, or others such as police informers, that might betray intelligence sources or be used unethically by ministers in the successor government. Basically, anything viewed as negative was fair game for destruction. This was necessary to eliminate evidence that would undermine the myth that the British establishment was busy constructing. This had explicitly racist, anti-democratic and anti-worker aspects, with long-held documents on political parties and trade unions first among those set for destruction. Alongside them were any papers which might be interpreted as showing religious intolerance on the part of Her Majesty's government, and all papers which might be interpreted as showing racial discrimination against Africans. We might think the British Empire was less racist and bigoted than others, and it somehow prepared the countries it ruled over for democracy. But that's partly because the records demonstrating otherwise were systematically destroyed. Here's another myth. Compared to the US before the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Britain likes to think of itself as superior on issues of race. That makes some sense, given certain states in the US prohibited the cohabitation and marriage of whites and non-whites until just 60 years ago. And yet, between 1902 and 1961, the White Highlands of Kenya were exclusively reserved for white Europeans, hence the name. This was a form of apartheid under the British Empire, with white settlers who comprised a tiny part of the population owning most arable land. It was a similar situation in Zimbabwe, Sierra Leone, and elsewhere, where Britain did pretty much the same thing as the United States. It's just its racist apparatus was primarily overseas and therefore out of sight. The word legacy in Operation Legacy also had a secondary meaning, with legacy files to be handed over to newly independent countries. But before such handovers took place, those files that weren't destroyed were extensively weeded. In Zambia, colonial officials were issued orders to destroy all papers which are likely to be interpreted either reasonably or by malice as indicating racial prejudice or religious bias on the part of Her Majesty's government. In Kenya, instructions were given which meant only British subjects of European descent could participate in weeding. Ensuring that required an elaborate code. Files marked DG, for instance, were meant to be for the viewing of the Deputy Governor. In reality, however, DG indicated documents that could only be viewed by British officers of European descent. Documents marked Watch, stamped with a red W, were to be removed from the country in question or just destroyed. The steps were taken to ensure that post-colonial governments would never learn such vitally important files existed, with those officials involved even told to keep their W stamps locked away. So why did this all happen? Well, the answer is quite simple. Because the British Empire committed innumerable atrocities. In Kenya, for example, the weeding of official documents was particularly necessary after the suppression of the Mau Mau uprising. That struggle, which took place between 1952 and 1960, saw 1.5 million of the Kikuyu people and indigenous people of Kenya put in detention camps, with around 150,000 losing their lives during the uprising. During this period, white settlers openly called for the extermination.
A little side note. where do you think the right got their idea for concentration camps? The British government, the British state. It's funny that, isn't it? They keep on saying, we're not racist. We invite people in. Look at what we've done after the war. You invited them in, they helped build up our social network, essentially, our social safety nets. You still treated these people like scum, which is despicable. Yes, he did. Well done, Gemma. Yes, he did. That is why I always say Winston Churchill is a monster. I will be finishing up. Fuck it. We'll show it. I'll show it. Then I'll read out. It was like the 1870s. Late 1870s, early 1890s. The man was a ghoul. And he'd done this when he was in his early 20s. Winston Churchill, if you can hear me while you're burning in hell, you are a monster. You belong down there. Ah. I essentially don't believe in heaven and hell. But if there is a hell, there are certain people who belong in it. Gemma, my darling, how old is Dotto? I want to guess early 60s? Maybe late 50s? He has literally said some shit that Churchill said, advocating it for your lovely country. Dotto is reaching near monster levels, obviously still a fucking ghoul. Still a wank. At least he got voted out. Well, that's one silver lining. Don't let him lobby.
Of the Kikuyu, while mass torture was used. It should come as no surprise then that on visiting Kenya in 1955, Labour MP Barbara Castle compared the regime's attitude to Nazism. Some documents from the era survived, however, stashed away at the secretive Hanslope Park. But these were only revealed in 2011.
You what? He's younger than Super Puppy. Why about blah 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 time? Hello, 46-year-old. I have met my share of ghouls. I am glad I wasn't alive when Churchill was, because I would have decked the bastard. Decked here to the fucking teeth. I despise the bastard. Literally. He was an MP for Dundee. How? Dundee, why did you vote in that fucking bastard? Really? This was back in the early 1900s, by the way, so over a century ago.
After a lawsuit brought against the British government by Kenyan torture survivors. Their case was partly based on oral testimony gathered by Harvard academic Caroline Elkins, and what emerged from the migrated archives confirmed their accounts of systematic abuse and torture. Yet these files were a mere fragment of what should have been found. Expecting around 240,000 files, Elkins only uncovered several hundred. Yet even this was enough, and after multiple defeats in court, the British government finally moved to settle the case.
I would say it is not quite enough because of our punishment which we had, because for some years which we have been punished, it did not pay off.
It's important to say that such an admission of the truth happened against all of the odds. What other stories like it will never be uncovered. And what's more, given the nature of Operation Legacy, the apology from the British government is essentially meaningless. Britain's problem is that it was caught. Similarly, in Aden, in 1967, there was an orgy of burning when the British departed. As with Kenya, this made sense given the widespread use of torture by the British, something documented by Amnesty International in 1966. A number of people died in captivity, though we don't know how many, because the records have mostly been destroyed or remain inaccessible. Meanwhile, in Malaysia, while fighting an insurgency after World War II, the British used concentration camps and Agent Orange, inspiring the US to adopt similar tactics against the Vietnamese. Here too, documentary evidence was destroyed, and in 1957, one official reported how 5 lorry loads of documents were incinerated at a naval base in Singapore. What was so appalling that those documents had to be destroyed and the past erased? After all, as we hear so frequently, doesn't Britain care about the truth? Doesn't it care about history? Operation Legacy continued all the way into the 1970s, and remarkably, almost none of the countries involved, besides Kenya and Malta, appear to have known anything about it. Despite claims to the contrary, Britain is among the most secretive states in the world. MI6, for example, has never made a single page of a single document public since its creation in 1909. Yet, alongside that secrecy was industrial-scale destruction of evidence documented.
National security, national security. What the fuck are you girls hiding? We want to know. Will I find out? I won't. Like I said, born in 1979. By the time these get released, if I'm lucky, if I get to 100, I might get to see them. I might get access. Did I see myself getting to 100? Interesting question. I will get back to you. Depends what happens to my NHS and what happens to me. The fact that they're hiding these documents, damning, fuck them. If it was good, they would release it after the either 25 or 50-year rule. They haven't. So it's either sealed under the century rule or the 150 or 200-year rule for some of the documents that still remain. How many? Who fucking knows? And we ask. No, we can't. We can ask, but we get an answer when we fuck. Because we are just plebes. We are just scummy little commoners. We don't need to know all this stuff. We are running your country. We're looking after you. Are you bollocks? You are denying the information that we need to live our lives properly. I will never trust you. Ever. Thank you.
British crimes against humanity. The idea that Britain's empire was more progressive than those of other European powers is a myth. But the fact it's widely believed required erasing history as a matter of state policy. All of which means those who are pulling down statues aren't rewriting history, but starting an overdue conversation about a colonial legacy which the powerful have done everything to obscure, dismiss and deny for more than half a century. The people that really care about historical truth? Well, they're the ones who dumped Edward Colston in Bristol's docks. We want to create more videos like this. What kind of topics would you like to see covered specifically? Put that in the comments below.
In fact, you know what? I think I'll read out now.
Ireland is unique. Nowhere else in the world has a smaller population today than it did 180 years ago. So what exactly happened? Take a look at this graph. It shows the populations of England.
I'll read out. Let me see who's going. Okay. Oh. Let's go and say hi to Miss Bianca.
For garbage and invitations. So y'all can't say I didn't. Just downloaded Night Rain. Tonight's gonna be fun. Yes! It looks so good. It looks like so much fun. Like, I would actually play that. And I don't play Souls games. Or, like, the Elden Ring stuff. I mean, not because I don't, just I don't have it. But it looks fun. Fun enough for me to play. He laid down. He's laying down. Aww. Good night, Goopy. No. Good night, Kuda. Kennel. Oh. Well. There he is. Yeah. Oh, what happened? Mox died again. Mox. Joe. Are you in the beeholes? You're in the beeholes, no?
Bye everyone. I'm sending over to Bianca. As always, take care. Stay based.